remotely using the Zoom application. I'd like to make a few comments for the benefits of members. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. Interpretation for those on Zoom, you have the choice at the bottom of your screen of either Floor, English, or French. For those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. The members in the room, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. For members on Zoom, please use the raise hand function. The clerk and I will manage the speaking order as best we can, and we appreciate your patience and understanding in this regard. Again, just to focus members, we were on a discussion on MP Blakey's amendment, and that would come at the end of the main motion, and it reads that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on the bill, and that this appearance be scheduled on or before May 18th, 2023. And who last had the floor was MP Perkins, and then I do have MP Lawrence and MP Morantz on the list after MP Perkins. MP Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee members. I'm starting to feel home at this committee. I appreciate your indulgence the last few hours. On this issue, which really has to do with Mr. Blakey's sub-amendment or amendment and the primary motion by MP Beach, that we're seeking ministerial accountability for the budget. This is a budget implementation bill.
Point of order.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you too early, but it's been a while since we last left,
yes.
And I just forgot whether you're speaking for or against the amendment. And if you could clarify if you're speaking for or against the amendment, I look forward to the rest of your argument.
Well, I believe that the amendment is a good start, but could probably use some improvement, and we'll get to that. So, for those who are have not been watching, and that's too bad, but I think you'll find this enlightening going forward. The issue is parliamentary committees call ministers. It's an invitation, really, because we can't generally compel ministers to appear. Call ministers to appear on their legislation, and this legislation is the implementation of the government, the Liberal government's budget bill, and as the Finance Committee has invited the Minister of Finance to appear in the last 3 months on 3 occasions, and the Minister has not availed herself of that opportunity to explain and promote, I guess, in some ways, her initiatives, both from the economic statement on. There is a feeling in Parliament that the Minister may not show again. And
a point
we've
of information,
seen this.
Mr. Chair. And I also don't want to interrupt too early.
That's okay. Let me get some water.
But what I did, I just wanted to just for those that might be listening, and I know that they were. Those who've been following you along, Mr. Perkins, they were, I'm sure, besotted with your EO sort of speech of the other day. But I do want to remind everyone who might be listening that we are right now debating the amendment from.
Sorry, what's the point of order, Mr.
The point of order is just to remind that we are debating the
Which
amendment
rule are you relying on to
Blakey,
make the point of order?
and the fact that there is no question, and we agree on our side that the Minister of Finance should be here before us to respond to federal budget 2023.
Mr. Chair, this is not a valid point of order.
I just want to make sure that was stated for the record, Chair, Mr.
Still
Chair.
not a valid point of order, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so thank you, MP Zerowitz. And now, again, MP Perkins, we are just to refocus again. So we are on MP Blakey's amendment to the motion, and it's that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on the bill, and that this appearance be scheduled on or before May 18th, 2023. MP Perkins?
Well, I understand from the member that her perspective is that there's no question, but there has been a question, and the question has been put that this same invitation was made to the minister and 3 times in the last 6 months, and she has blown off this committee and not bothered to attend. So obviously that
Point of
causes
order,
concern
Mr.
that again,
Chair.
that the minister will not
I have a
attend
point of
on this
order.
MP Chattel?
particular issue.
Point of order?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If we're debating this motion, can we have a status, the current status of the invitation to the DPM?
I'll just check with the clerk, the status of the invitation to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Do we have any information?
Oui, bonjour, Madame Châtel. Donc, j'ai reçu.
Hello, Ms. Chattel. I received an email this morning just before the meeting to inform the committee that the Minister of Finance will be available to come to the committee on May 16th, so next Tuesday.
Thank you for that, Clerk. So I'm not sure if all the members caught that. I don't know if MP Perkins was just putting on his translation, so it was his interpretation. So I think if you can repeat that for all the members, yeah. That would
So
help.
I got an email just before the meeting saying that the Minister of Finance would be available to appear before the meeting, before the committee, next Tuesday, May 16th. I don't know if it's for 1 hour or 2 hours yet.
Okay, so
Well, that's an important point, because that's the request is 2 hours. So I think there's still a lot of discussion to be had about why 2 hours is vitally important. But I believe for now, I would like to get myself put back on the list, but I'm going to yield to the next speaker.
okay, so thank you, MP Perkins. So yeah, we just heard that the minister has emailed, and so we're looking at the 16th that the minister would be available to appear before our committee. And so I've got MP Lawrence, MP Morantz, and MP Zerowitz. Yeah. And then Perkins
If
again.
it's okay with the committee, I'd defer my time to Marty there, or my slot to Marty, if that's okay.
Okay, MP Morantz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to introduce a sub-amendment to Mr. Blakey's amendment, and I'll read it into the record. H, that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours, that the words "on or before May 18th, 2023" be struck, and that the following words be added. Provided that, if the Minister of Finance has not appeared by May 18th, 2023, amendments to Bill C-47, notwithstanding subparagraph B sub 1, be submitted to the clerk in both official languages no later than 11 a.m. Eastern Time, the business day following the Minister appearing at Finance Committee for a duration of no less than 2 hours. And I have that motion translated as well. I can pass my copy up to you if you like, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Morantz. So this is a sub-amendment, a sub-amendment to the amendment of MP Blakey's, and it's being distributed right now, so we'll just give a moment for all members to... What's that? It's been sent by email to members, and it has been distributed to members. It is being distributed.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, does that mean a new speaking list with the amendment of with the
To MP Morantz's, yes? Okay.
Do I have the floor?
MP Morantz, you do have the floor at this time. Yeah, do you want to speak to this? MP Morantz?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, I have to say, Mr. Chair, I had some glimmer of hope yesterday that perhaps this Finding Freeland saga may have been resolved when the finance minister appeared in the House for the 6th time this year.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, MP Chattel?
Yeah, thank you for sending the new amendments, but did we rule already on that last week? And it was defeated, and we back to this motion to invite the minister to come for 2 hours. And now we have a date where she is available on the 16th. So can we just adopt it and move on and do our job on the committee?
So on the same point of order, Mr. Chair.
I'm just going to confer with the clerk and she's going to suspend for a minute. And I'll just ask MP Morantz if you can just read into the record again. So this is a sub-amendment to the amendment. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I was saying, I saw a glimmer of hope yesterday when the finance minister was in the House for the 6th time this year. So that gives me some hope that our Finding Freeland endeavor is well underway. But having said that, and having introduced the sub-amendment, I'd like to cede my time back to
Speaker's list. I've got PS Beach and then MP Zarowitz on next.
my understanding, though,
and
Mr.
then,
Chair.
and then MP Lawrence and then MP Perkins.
Mr. Perkins is.
It's a new list. So
Yeah,
I've
this
got PS Beach.
is a-
I have Morantz. I have Beach is next, and then Zarowitz. No, that's how.
Mr. Chair, point of order. My
Point of order.
understanding is that when a sub-amendment is introduced, a new list is created.
That was the new list. I just got the new list. I saw a hand go up, and PS Beach put his hand up. So I have MP Morantz, I have PS Beach, and then I have PS.
Point of order. Before
MP Zarowitz. Point
before
of order.
before the break, I had told the clerk I wanted to be on the
I
list.
did not see it, and I did not recognize it. So it's PS Beach is up
so-
after
okay, so
MP
we don't
Morantz.
talk to the
Mr.
clerk.
Chair, could you just check with the clerk?
No, it's what I saw as the chair. So MP Morantz, I've got PS Beach, and then I have MP Zarowitz. Yeah.
I'm on the list
Yeah.
now after.
You do, yes.
Zarowitz, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, then I'm happy to proceed, to continue. And, really at the end of the day, all we're asking for is for the minister to come to the committee to answer some questions about her budget. The budget is the major legislative initiative of this government. And as I've said many times already in this committee, what I find unfortunate about the budget implementation bill is that, in fact, most of it isn't really about the budget at all. There's something like 50 different pieces of legislation that many of them have nothing at all to do with budgeting. And, the document itself is well over 400 pages long. And to deal with the fact that the government is essentially admitting that the budget implementation bill has little to do with the budget because they want to, in their motion, refer massive portions of the budget off to various committees that are not the finance committee. So I don't blame people who are watching, all the people who are watching us right now, wondering why is it that we're talking about a sub-amendment to an amendment to a motion on reviewing the budget implementation bill that in and of itself refers the vast majority of the budget implementation bill off to committees that have nothing to do with budgeting. For example, the motion calls for the Part 3, Division 2, and Part 4, Divisions 21, 22, 23, and 24 to go to the Standing Committee of Transport, Infrastructure, and Communities. Not a committee I associate with reviewing the finance minister's budget in the time that I've been here. Then the motion goes on to say that with regard to Part 4, Divisions 13, 14, 15, 35, and 38, that's going to go to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skill and Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. I'm sure many of these are important initiatives, but I really don't understand what they're doing in a budget bill. It seems to me that what this is doing is circumventing the ability of Parliament to properly scrutinize major legislative initiatives that should be tabled and introduced and debated and go through the proper readings and committee stages that any bill would go through. But instead, in order to fast-track, to essentially short-circuit the process, members of the government decided, well, we're gonna throw these in here. And we learned a valuable lesson about this practice just a few years ago, Mr. Chair, when in a very similar bill, there was a seemingly innocuous provision, an amendment to the criminal code that would allow the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, to grant something that had not been available to that point in Canadian law before, something called a prosecution deferral agreement. And, at the time, the committee was kept in the dark. I think that some committee members, including even Liberal members, raised concern about that provision at the time. And so, what are we putting? Why is this here? Why are we doing this? Why are we giving this additional power? And the government of the day, which is the current government we have now, didn't tell the committee. It's possible some committee members knew the actual intent. I don't know. I'm not going to assume that. I can't get into their minds or know what they knew or what they were thinking. But the fact of the matter is that that provision was put there intentionally. So pardon me for being a little bit suspicious, Mr. Chair, when I see a budget bill that has literally dozens and dozens and dozens of provisions that have actually nothing to do with the budget. I can go on. Here's another one regarding Part 4, Divisions 16, 17, 18, and 19 of the bill. That's being referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. And I can go on and on and on, Mr. Chair, but I have grave concerns about the lack of accountability. And now all we're asking in this massive 400-page document is for the Finance Minister to appear for 2 hours. She hasn't been here since November. It's not a lot to ask, and I think Canadians expect it. If the committee members don't want to listen to the will of this committee, listen to the will of Canadians who would like to hear from the Finance Minister of this country to answer questions about her budget. But that's what the impasse is that we're having here right now. You want me to? Yeah. So I could go on and on and on, and I'm going to ask the clerk to recycle me back on the list, but I'm going to give up the floor to the next speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Morantz. We have PS Beach, then MP Zerowitz, then MP Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
MP Perkins and Mr. Chair.
No, then Morantz, then.
Exactly.
I want to make sure that Perkins is on the list. We got that?
We got it. Thank you, Terry.
Excellent. There's one person that isn't getting enough time at this committee that we all want to hear from. It's Mr. Perkins. So happy to speak to this sub-amendment. Mr. Morantz just talked about the government not wanting to listen to the will of the committee. Just to be clear for everyone that's listening, and I wish I had the editing capacity to go back in time and grab some clips from various points in this Conservative filibuster and the time before. The will of this committee is the consensus of a majority of its members. And there has been a resolution on the table for just over 14 hours that has the support of the majority of the members. The reason that we're in a filibuster by definition is because the Conservatives are trying to subvert the democratic will of this committee. And if people want to know where that comes from, it actually doesn't start 14 hours of committee time ago. It starts almost a month ago when the Conservatives started talking about the kinds of things that they'd like to see in order to have, a reasonable study about the Budget Implementation Act. And then the various iterations of how the goalposts on what they actually wanted moved until we got to this particular point. In terms of properly scrutinizing the BIA, and Mr. Morantz just spoke against part of the resolution that is on the table, not directly to this sub-motion, that sends pieces of the BIA to different committees. That reflects the practice that we did last year, but there was a sense of disappointment last year because there was another Conservative filibuster last year, which actually meant that by the time we sent out items to the committees, it was far too late. So it was actually Conservative members who were like, hey, it would be really great if we could do this again this year, but if we could set it out earlier. And then they filibustered and stopped the ability for us to send them out. In fact, the way that this worked was that we went out to all parties and said, hey, which sections would you like to send to which committees? And then we included all of that in the motion, the consensus motion that is supported by the majority of this committee. I want to take this opportunity while I have the microphone, and I'll end it here, to clarify something else that I heard Mr. Perkins say, and he can address this because I'm sure he will have the mic sometime in the near future, perhaps for some length. He asked the question, how could the minister possibly have been responding to an invitation that wasn't sent? Well, that, I think, is a good question. Because in the resolution that's on the table, it didn't originally have an invitation to the minister. Now, why is that? The reason that it didn't have an invitation to the minister was because the pre-study motion that was passed by all parties sitting around this table already invited the minister. And so now she's responded to that, says she will be here next Tuesday on the 16th, which is before the 18th, which is something that I verbalized over 14 hours of Conservative filibuster ago. And she's responding to that request, and now she has. Now, the Conservatives might complain that, well, wait a second, we want her to come for 2 hours, and she hasn't clarified how long she's coming for. But unfortunately, the committee has had an amendment on the floor for 14 hours. It's an amendment by Daniel Blakey, who's the NDP member of this committee, which actually moves to send an invitation to the minister to appear at this committee for 2 hours. And that is the very amendment that the Conservatives have been filibustering. So when they say that they want the minister to appear, well, I would say that their actions speak much, much louder than their words. And if somebody who is better at editing than I am wants to go back and collect all those points and data points and put them all together, I would imagine that it would not be that flattering for the Conservatives. So speaking directly to the sub-amendment, this is trying to do a similar thing that was done in their first sub-amendment that was voted down by the members of this committee, that was ruled out of order by the chair on the third sub-amendment to this motion that's on the floor, and therefore we will be voting against it.
Thank you, PS Beach. I have MP Zerowitz next.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I agree with my colleague that this amendment to the amendment is basically a different way of doing the same thing that a previous motion had done on, and we have voted down on this committee. I think that at the very heart of what I think the opposition would like to see is to ensure that our Minister of Finance comes before us to speak to Federal Budget 2023. We have our clerk has indicated and updated our committee this morning to indicate that she has agreed to attend on May 16. And also, in case the opposition doesn't know this, we are also very much in agreement with the amendment that Mr. Blakey had put forward. So that is that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on the bill, and that this appearance be scheduled before May 18. So there's no question that the minister is coming. There's no question that she's going to be answering questions about Federal Budget 2023. There's no question that she has to be here to answer questions about an extraordinarily important budget. I'll also say to you that there seems to be some question about why it is that we're sending out sections of Federal Budget 2023 to various different committees. Well, I know it was something that was asked for by, I believe, Mr. Chambers. I think it was asked for by Gabrielle Samary. I think it was asked for by Mr. Blakey. This is very typical practice. I've been blessed to be on this committee for a number of years. We do this almost every single year. This is typical. You send out portions to get feedback from other committees that are already looking at these types of these topics. To Mr. Morantz's comments about what is the relevance of a number of items that is in Federal Budget 2023 and that they are put in with no rhyme or reason. And I would say that is absolutely not true. Every single thing that is in Federal Budget 2023 is relevant to either we've mentioned a budget in a BIA, in a past budget. It is directly relevant to what we have talked about in terms of our budgets. I'll say to you that has not been the practice of the Conservative government before we came into power, where they would throw things in that had no mentions ever in previous budgets. So I'll say to you, Mr. Chair, I'm disappointed. I think that if we did not have the filibuster that was as being led by the Conservatives, we would have heard from a list of witnesses that had to be cancelled today. We would have heard from the Canada Infrastructure Bank. We would have heard from the Centre of Future Work. We would have heard from the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. We would have heard from the Canadian Building Trades Union, the Smart Prosperity Institute, the Canadian Health Coalition, the Canadian Medical Association, the Daily Bread Food Bank, and the Mississauga Food Bank. These are all people we would have benefited from hearing from, that I think would have given us some very good thoughts about the budget, and maybe have posed some questions that we might want to be considering as we move forward, instead of us re-looking or debating a sub-amendment to an amendment that we had already, in different words, had already voted down before. This is just wasting time, Mr. Chair, and I feel sad about that, because I think we had a lot of witnesses that would have given us a lot of really excellent information today, and I think we could have moved on to truly talking about Federal Budget 2023. We could have moved on to preparing to have our Minister of Finance come before us and to answer questions about Federal Budget 2023. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Zarowitz. On a point of order, MP Chambers.
What is the chair's ruling with respect to the admissibility of this sub-amendment?
To this sub-amendment?
Yes.
So this sub-amendment, we are debating it, yes.
Okay, so the chair's ruling is it is in good order and it is admissible, correct?
This sub-amendment
Okay.
is admissible, yes. Yeah. So we've got, next on the list is MP Lawrence, then I've got MP Morantz, MP Perkins.
Thank you very much. And although we certainly have had differences, I have respect for Mr. Beach and our continued negotiation, both in public and off of camera as well. And I'll be really bold here, Mr. Chair, and I'm hoping my whip is listening as I'm saying this. If Mr. Beach is willing to go on record right now and guarantee that the Minister of Finance will appear at this committee for 2 hours, Conservatives would be in a very good place to move forward. And if I know this isn't part of the normal procedure, but I'm wondering if, Mr. Chair, if we might have unanimous consent, if required, for Mr. Chair to answer my question, for Mr. Beach.
Don't have unanimous consent.
May continue.
So I just want to, so Conservatives believe, as Mr. Perkins said, that Mr. Blakey's amendment was a good start. In fact, I might even go as a great start, as it would give the Canadian public the ability to hear the finance minister appear before a finance committee about the $490 billion that she wants to spend. However, our challenges and why we believe that the amendment needs to be sub-amendment is that the Minister of Finance has at least 3 times refused invitations to this committee. And so we as Conservatives, and more importantly as Canadians, are left without recourse. Lord Denning, the famous British jurist, was once said, "Where there is no consequence, there is no law." And so I'd actually just like to ask the clerk, if necessary, we'll go through you, Mr. Chair, but what recourse does this committee have if the Minister of Finance decides, maybe she's a very busy person and she has many other commitments, if she decides for whatever reason to not attend despite her acceptance of our invitation, what recourse does the committee have if she rescinds that acceptance and decides not to attend the meeting?
We shouldn't be speculating on any of these questions, so MP Lawrence, continue.
Well, I'll tell you the answer is none. There is absolutely zero recourse this committee has. if in fact she decides. And it's a bit unfortunate that the chair sort of occasionally shows his bias and his party by refusing to answer the most simple and basic of questions, or even not permitting his clerk from responding to this. But I will tell you, and no one will debate this because it's the fact, that this committee would have zero recourse. So we're in a situation where thrice before, this committee has invited the Minister of Finance to come before us. That's the majority of the committee. So we want to talk about subverting democracy.
Rappel au règlement, Monsieur le Président.
Yeah.
Order, Mr. Chair. Point of order.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm the Finance Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, she has confirmed that she will be at the committee on May 16th, and if so, why are we not moving forward on the motion as amended by Mr. Blakey?
That I'll just clerk. We received an email. Is that correct? Yes, that the Minister of Finance would appear on the 16th. Yes, that is correct, MP Chatel.
Perhaps the chair will answer this question. Was there any commitment of the length of the appearance of the Minister of Finance? Was it for 1 hour, 2 hours, 10 minutes, or was there any commitment with respect to the time she would appear?
Just looked. I have not seen the MP. So to the clerk, there was. I don't know if there was a time. It was time bound. No.
Point of order,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
it was for May 16th. Is what that the minister would appear. Yeah,
But to be helpful to my colleague, no, because of the current filibuster, no invitation from this committee requesting a 2-hour appearance has ever been able to go out because the Conservatives have been filibustering it for the last 14 hours. So just to clarify that, and I would also clarify that I wonder what recourse the committee has if the Conservatives continue to filibuster past her timed appearance on Tuesday.
So we're not going to entertain those questions either. You know, what we're going to say is MP Lawrence, you do have the floor. We did receive an email that the minister would appear on the 16th from the minister.
Yeah, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be clear, there's absolutely no time allocation with respect to that. It literally could be as short as a minute, and I'm sure that that the parliamentary secretary would have, in the course of his duties, as I said, I do have respect for Mr. Beach, a strong negotiator for his side, no doubt, and certainly may one day serve in cabinet. I don't know. Exactly. But I'm sure that he would have shared with the Minister of Finance and Deputy Leader the Conservatives' consistent request that she appear for 2 hours. So we're left in this situation, Mr. Chair, where we have a Minister of Finance who has disregarded 3 times the requests of this committee to attend, and we have an invitation which has been accepted, but we have no time with respect to how long she would appear, nor do we have any recourse. And as Lord Denning famously wrote many decades ago, where there are no consequences, there are no law. And so we have here a pattern of disregarding and subverting democracy by the Minister of Finance. And so excuse my skepticism, but her pattern would tell us that perhaps she is too busy to give her grace, or has other things that are more important to her than the Finance Committee. That is why we need a sub-amendment to be put in place. And in earlier debate, it was questioned whether we could make other portions of a study of legislation contingent on a minister's appearance. I'd actually like to read into the record a precedent that has been set and was actually agreed upon by the Languages Committee, I believe. And in the motion, it was moved by Mark G. Serre and item number 2 with respect to the amendment. It said amendments to Bill C-13 be submitted to clerk in both official languages no later than 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the business day following the last meeting with the ministers and departments. You'll note the similarity to the sub-amendment moved by my friend Marty Morant. So we have a sub-amendment that's been found by the chair to be admissible in good order. We have a precedent where this has appeared before. My question for my friends, and this is a legitimate question, if they really believe this invitation is valid and that their minister, they're all one government, I believe they caucus on a weekly basis like the Conservatives and the NDP and the Green Party and the Bloc Québécois. If they believe that the minister will actually show up, why are they concerned? This will move it ahead right now. There's no legitimate reason for them not to accept the sub-amendment if they believe that the Minister of Finance will show up and do her job. And once again, Mr. Chair, with unanimous consent, I'd just like to, if I could, if we're agreeable, for them to answer my question as to if they are agreeable to the minister showing up for 2 hours, because clearly you wouldn't vote for something knowing full well that it won't happen. That would be beneath the honorable members and would be a subversion of democracy, as my colleague said. And by the way, just on with respect to clips, I'm happy to have anything I've said here anytime clipped. And so if that's a threat, bring it on. There's no need for veiled threats here. That's beneath the member. And if you want to see some entertaining clips, go to some liberal filibusters. You'll see some very entertaining things that have been said. But I like to keep things professional and above board. And so to me, a deal is a deal. I am just a simple farmer that way. When I agree on something, when I shake on something, it's a deal. And so if this 2-hour invitation is legitimate, then they'll have no concern. Like I said, there's already been a precedent set, almost the exact same language, to make the movement of a bill contingent on the appearance of a minister. So with permission, I would love to hear from one of my Liberal colleagues what possible reason they could have for objecting to sub-amendment if, in fact, it is actually the intent of the Minister of Finance to show for 2 hours. Is that acceptable to the chair? I can continue on.
No, MP Lawrence, I've got MP Morantz, MP Perkins, MP Massey, MP Zerowitz after that.
Okay, I'm happy to wait. I will.
You could do a point of order.
No, it's
Okay. So I just want to sum up where we are for everyone watching. We have a budget put in front of Canadians for $490 billion. We are asking on this side of the table, the Conservatives, we are asking for the Minister of Finance to show up for 2 hours. We have an amendment put forward by the NDP for 2 hours. However, given this Minister of Finance pattern of disrespect for this committee, the 3 times she has refused to come to this committee, and the fact that we have zero recourse and zero consequences towards the minister if she decides for a 4th time not to come there, we have put a sub-amendment in place that amendments the progress of the bill will continue on after her appearance. So there can be no other reason for Liberals not to support this than for the fact they don't believe that the Minister of Finance will actually show up to do her job. We are asking her to come for 2 hours to talk to the Canadian people for $490 billion. That is $8 billion a minute. You know what? She had 2 hours this weekend to talk to Liberal insiders. She has 2 hours for Liberal donors.
Monsieur le Président.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify again that the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has accepted to come to this committee on Tuesday, next Tuesday, May 16th. So she will be there. She will be able to respond to questions. And can you clarify this because I get the impression that my colleagues are debating something else.
You should tell, yeah, just to clarify, that is correct. We did receive an email from the minister to appear on the 16th, that the minister would want to appear. So, MP Lawrence?
Yeah, and I would encourage the member to perhaps review our sub-amendment. And if, in fact, the minister, it was the intention of these Liberals to actually have the Minister of Finance appear, they would have no problem with it. For 2 hours. They would have absolutely no problem with it. But they must not believe that she's not going to show up. That's the only possible reason why they would object to our sub-amendment. There's no other, within logic or four squares of reason, they don't believe that their deputy leader, their Minister of Finance, is going to show up. So before I was interrupted, I just want to be clear. We have a Minister of Finance who has appeared a handful of times in the House of Commons, who has thrice refused our invitation to the Ministry of Finance. Blatant disrespect to the institutions of democracy. She is asking for Canadians to cough up the amount of $490 billion, and all we want her to do is to explain for 2 hours why. I'm not even casting aspersions with respect to the budget. I'm just asking her to come and appear before Parliament. And so I would think that all opposition parties would be in favor of hearing from them, hearing from the finance minister for 2 hours. But evidently not. And so Conservatives will continue to talk about the importance of democracy and protect our institutions, as Conservatives do, against this subversion of democracy by the Minister of Finance and Deputy Leader. Rick, you ready to... we get the Liberals first, right? What's the list there, Mr. Chair? My apologies.
We have MP Morantz next, then I've got MP Massey, Zarowitz, and then Chambers.
Perfect. Well, I will. I think I've made my point with respect to our incalcitrant deputy leader and Minister of Finance, who's unwilling to come to our come to our committee, and although there is virtue signaling that she's going to appear, the reality is she has time for Liberal insiders, and her own party does not believe that she will show up. Otherwise, they would agree to our sub-amendment. But this can all be solved. We can move ahead right now if the parliamentary secretary will say, I guarantee on the record that our Minister of Finance will be here for 2 hours, so we can move forward today.
Okay, so MP Morantz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just continuing on with the very compelling argument made by my colleague, Mr. Lawrence. We're talking about the most important piece of legislation a government can table in any particular year. And we're asking for the finance minister to come to the finance committee, the standing committee on finance, to answer questions about her budget for 2 hours. We can't seem to get that commitment from other members of this committee. And it makes me wonder, and I want to return to this argument about the omnibus nature of this bill, because as members might recall, I actually read quotes from the Prime Minister during my last meeting when he commented on the nature of omnibus legislation and said essentially that he thought that omnibus, I'm just paraphrasing now because I can't seem to put my hands on the actual quote, but I did read it into the record before, but he said a couple of things. He said, gone are the days where legislation that is not coherently strung together with a consistent theme. Gone are those days when bills are created that have a hodgepodge of everything but the kitchen sink thrown into them. He said that when he was the leader of the Liberal Party running to be Prime Minister. He went on to say that this type of legislation is undemocratic. And I agree with him. And what's very alarming to me is that the government should have learned its lesson about this 3 or 4 years ago when a bill, the budget implementation bill of the day, I think it was 2018, came to this committee and had this innocuous clause buried into it. Now, to be fair, the committee members at that time did speak about it, and they, Liberal members and opposition members alike, discussed their concerns about this idea of giving the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, a power that office had not ever held before in Canadian history, the power to reach in to the public prosecution's office and alter the course of a prosecution, giving a politician that power. And that was buried into a budget bill. That should have been its own bill, frankly. And so that's why I'm so concerned, because what happened? Well, the committee members were kept into the dark. It turned out that there was a hidden agenda. The Prime Minister Trudeau had a hidden agenda when that provision was introduced into that particular budget bill, because he knew that with that provision, he could help out his friends at SNC-Lavalin who were under very,
Rappel au
very
règlement,
serious...
Monsieur.
Call to order, or point of order, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I would just like to remind my colleague that we are debating a motion. We would like for it to be adopted and to invite the Deputy Prime Minister, which she has accepted to do, and she will be here next week on Tuesday. And we also want to be able to hear from all of the other stakeholders who would like to speak to this piece of legislation. So the more time we take, the more we have an impact on the study of this important legislation. So I'd like to remind my colleague that we're debating this possibility, and we would like for them to accept to hear from the Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you.
MP Chattel, and just, again, we'll do a refocus here again. So what we are debating right now is the amendment and now the sub-amendment to the amendment of the main motion that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on the bill, and that this appearance be scheduled on or before May 18th, 2023. MP Morantz.
Mr. Chair, with the greatest of respect to Ms. Chattel, I am directly on point with debating the sub-amendment, because the sub-amendment is about requesting the Finance Minister to appear before this committee. And as part of that debate, we need to be free at this committee to explain why. And that's what I'm doing. I'm explaining why it's so important. And I will keep explaining why it's so important, notwithstanding any points of order or interruptions or any tactics any of the other members might have to try and muzzle the Minister of Finance from coming to this committee. Because that's what is happening here, Mr. Chair. And so I will wear it as a badge of honor that members of this committee are trying to interrupt me making this very important case, fundamental case to the functioning of democracy in this Parliament, that the Finance Minister appear at this committee to talk about her own budget. Now, getting back to my earlier point, that particular budget implementation bill had that provision about the deferred prosecution agreements. That ensued a major scandal for this government. The Prime Minister was found to be saying things like the story in the Globe was untrue. But of course, we found out that it was true. We found out that he was, in fact, pressuring the then Attorney General.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. There's no relevance of SNC-Lavalin to the amendment of the amendment to having the minister come before committee. This is ridiculous. We had to listen to eels for many hours. I'm not going to listen to sort of a diatribe on all past things that the Conservatives were not happy about. If he would like me to reread the amendment that they have proposed, I'm happy to do that. But unless that doesn't happen, then I'd love to hear his comments about.
Thank you, MP
their
Zarowitz. We'll just
sub-amendments,
go
the
back to
amendment.
MP Morantz. And again, MP Morantz, we're talking to the sub-amendment to the amendment to the main motion, and that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on the bill, and that this appearance be scheduled on or before May 18th, 2023. MP Morantz.
I'm happy to reread the motion into the record for the member, Mr. Chair, but I will not be muzzled in making my case as to why the Minister of Finance should appear, because that is what this sub-amendment to Mr. Blakey's amendment specifically speaks to. So, what we're talking about here is that the minister be invited to appear for 2 hours, provided that if the Minister of Finance has not appeared by May 18th, 2023, amendments to Bill C-47, notwithstanding subparagraph B sub 1, be submitted to the clerk in both official languages no later than 11 a.m. Eastern Time, the business day following the minister appearing at the Finance Committee for a duration of less than 2 hours. A very reasonable request, Mr. Chair. And so my point is that I'm trying to make the argument, if members opposite will allow me, but if they want to continue to interrupt, I'm fine with that too. They can speak for as long as they like. That's what democracy is about. We talk to each other and hopefully we resolve things. That's why it's called Parliament, Mr. Speaker. We talk, we parlay. And so that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm trying to make the point that that particular provision led to a massive scandal. And that's why these types of bills are problematic. It's not just me saying that. It's the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said it's undemocratic. He said he wouldn't do it anymore. And like so many things that he says that he won't do, he ends up doing them anyway. So we got all these parts of the budget bill that have nothing to do with the budget, that really should go through the proper scrutiny of Parliament, be introduced in the House, get up for debate, be voted on to committee, debated in committee, perhaps amended in committee, sent back. But no, they're throwing everything but the kitchen sink in here. And I asked the question when the public servants were here, by the way, is there any one company that might benefit from any provision in this bill? And you know what they said, Mr. Chair? Nothing. Let me say that again. That's the response that I got, Mr. Chair. It was very informative. So I just think that it's incumbent on the finance minister to come here. There are very serious questions here. The finance minister came here in November to talk about the fall economic statement. So here's one of my questions. If she would agree to come to committee, I might ask her this question. She said, in the forecast in 27-28, it forecasted a surplus. Music to the ears of conservatives. We thought, oh, well, maybe the Liberals are finally taking fiscal responsibility seriously. They actually forecasted, this is just in November, a $4.5 billion surplus. So imagine my surprise, and I'm sure my colleagues were surprised when the budget shows up, like 5 months later. And, it seemed, by the way, that before the pandemic, I want to say this, Mr. Chair, that $1 billion seemed like a lot of money. Now it seems like we're throwing around billions of dollars with reckless abandon. But here we are. We had a promise of fiscal responsibility, $4.5 billion surplus by 27-28. I know the members on this committee are very much aware of that commitment. Then the budget comes. So I flip open to the chart and I'm looking at 27-28, trying to see if maybe it's even better. Maybe they found a way to even run a larger surplus. And what did I see? In that same year, a $14 billion deficit is forecast with no balance in sight. This is why this motion is so important. This is why it's so important for the finance minister to come here for the 2 hours that we're requesting, as stated in this motion. We're asking that Minister of Finance provided that if the Minister of Finance has not appeared by May 18th, amendments to Bill C-47, notwithstanding subparagraph B1, be submitted to the clerk in both official languages no later than 11 a.m. Eastern Time, the business day following the Minister appearing at the Finance Committee for a duration of no less than 2 hours. Now, on this motion, I want to make a very, very important point, if I can put my hands on it. The one from the motion that we had as the precedent.
Oh, that's right there.
Oh, here. So here's an interesting one. So there was a motion introduced at the Official Languages Committee, which said, that in relation to consideration of Bill C-13, an act to amend the Official Languages Act to enact the use of French in federally regulated Private Businesses Act, and to make related amendments to other acts. And two, in particular, amendments to Bill C-13 to be submitted to the clerk in both official languages no later than 11 a.m. Eastern Time, the business day following the last meeting with the ministers and departments. So if my colleagues in the Liberal Party want to argue that they don't want to set a precedent, I've got news for them. It's been set. This committee, and I think this was, is he? Mark G. Serret, a Liberal member, actually moved this motion. So if the members opposite want to make the argument, well, we don't want to set a precedent, we don't want to create a conditioned precedent to the Minister of Finance coming here, that's just not right. Well, they did it themselves in the Transport Committee, and that motion passed the Transport Committee, and we're saying the same thing. That submitted to the clerk in both official languages no later than 11 a.m. Eastern, the business day following the minister appearing at Finance Committee for a duration of no less than 2 hours. So I don't know what the problem here is really, Mr. Chair, but I do. It makes me wonder, when the Minister of Finance has only been in the House 6 times this year, when she hasn't, despite 3 invitations from this committee, ghosted us. She's ghosted us. She came for 1 hour last fall and presented a forecast of a surplus into 27-28 that disappeared along with her in the 2023 budget. So we really need to get on with our task of finding Freeland, passing this motion, the sub-amendment and the amendment and the motion, in order to get her here to answer these very important questions. Now, I think I'm going to take a bit of a break from the microphone at this point in time, Mr. Chair, but I would like to indulge the clerk, if I may ask one question of the clerk. Would they be so kind to add my name back onto the list in case I have further epiphanies?
MP Morantz, I'll put your name back on the list. There you go.
Oh,
and I've got MP Massey is up next. And then MP Zerowitz, and then MP Chambers, then just to go through the list, Perkins, and then Morantz again. And MP Massey, congratulations on the Ojibwe Park, National Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the support of the House.
A lot of running in that park.
Yeah, oh, nice. I appreciate that, and thank you for the support that we received from all members of all parties. Appreciate it. Just want to intervene briefly as a New Democrat that we won't be supporting the sub-amendment because it is very similar to the amendment before. I know that you've ruled that it's different, which is fine with us, but at the same time, it's consistent with, I think, the policies of really delaying what needs to take place. And, just for some, I guess, some history here, it was the Harper administration that started bringing in ministers for 1 hour. That's something that was not the case before, and the traditions of the past had been 2 hours and a minister come here. I don't know why a minister wouldn't want to come for 2 hours. Actually, really, my experience in this format has been that the minister, once they know their file, actually can exceed almost any opposition member's attempts to do certain things in many ways because they have the last word and actually the control of the mic. So I don't know why the government would be hesitant for 2 hours, but I do understand where it comes from. In fact, there was a time when parliamentary secretaries were in a committee. That was brought in by the Paul Martin administration. It was consistently handled and continued all the way through the Harper administration and currently to the one we have now. And as well, too, riders. I come from an area, as you know, Mr. Chair, close to the American border, so we call them riders in a bill. Those are things that are added into a bill. And that was originally done, that I know of. I know in the history in Canada it's been done before, but that was done through the Martin administration through a couple of issues in immigration and so forth. But then it became regular practice during the Harper administration, where it became routine. In fact, many of those actual things that were added later on lost court cases. And it became quite extreme. In fact, they used closure over 100 times in the House of Commons with less than 1 hour or 1 hour of debate. So, for ourselves, we want to see this get moving because I remember when the current Prime Minister supported the minority Harper administration over 100 times without getting amendments to bills. So as New Democrats, we came here to make Parliament work, and we want to see this get done, especially for dental care. My riding has some of the highest child poverty in Canada and has some of the largest numbers of single mothers as well, too. So you may not think that being in Windsor, right on the Detroit border, would have those types of consequences because of the type of wealth that we do sometimes have. But the reality is we also have a significant issue over poverty in that. So we're eager to see these results get done because we're also going to be moving into seniors and persons with disabilities. And one of the first motions I had lost in the House of Commons back in 2002 was to create a bill that would actually have environmental contaminants and human health looked at because we have such high rates of disabilities in my region because of the industrialization, the pollution, not only just from our auto industry that we have done ourselves, but also from the Ohio Valley, toxic streams and rivers in the Great Lakes where we haven't treated it properly. And so there's a high rate of thyroid cancer. We actually outperform a number of different children born with disabilities and so forth. So we won't be supporting this. We hope that the government finds 2 hours for the minister to come here. But at the same time, the most important thing for Canadians, I don't think, is over a few hours here at committee. I don't remember of any of the 8 elections I've been in for. I've done my filibuster in a couple committees, and I've seen this come and go at different times, but I don't remember many people raising that as a serious issue for them and their families at this point in time. So I'm hopeful that we'll get this going because there's a lot of work that gets done, but I do respect the fact that they do want the minister here for 2 hours. I just wish, though, they wouldn't have brought this practice in because we probably wouldn't be here today at this debate if that was the case. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Massey, and now to MP Zarowitz.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that the impression one can get if they're listening to this filibuster is that the minister has been invited to Finance Committee a number of times and she hasn't appeared. The minister has appeared at this committee at least 4 times during this Parliament. She's come here for every BIA as well as other key government legislation, and right now, the clerk has started this meeting by indicating to us that she is on record indicating that she will appear before us on May 16th. She didn't indicate for how long, but she's never been less than an hour. And so I think that that's important to state. I'd also like to state that it doesn't matter which committee you're on. It is very typical for ministers to be invited a number of times and quite often. And it is not typical for ministers to be accepting every single invitation. But I don't want anyone to think that the minister has not appeared before this committee, that she's not appeared a number of times before this committee. She has, that she's appeared before every important legislation. Before. I want to say all legislation is important, actually. But she's attended for every BIA and other important government legislation. I'll also want to say that and I'll reiterate this, we do agree with the amendment from MP Daniel Blakey that says the following, that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on the bill and that this appearance be scheduled on or before May 18th. So we very much agree with that. And again, as I mentioned, we don't know how long the minister will come, but we know that she has never spoken for less or been here for less than 1 hour. And in fact, I have been here, Mr. Chair, at this committee where she has spoken for more than an hour, or she's been here for more than an hour. I also want to address Mr. Morantz's claim that he is being muzzled with our point of orders. And I don't think in any way we're trying to muzzle him or anybody else. I think that after hearing quite a long speech around eels for many hours that have absolutely no relevance to the BI-8 or to federal budget 2023, I think we want to make sure that we keep the arguments on point and to the either sub-amendment or the amendment or the BIA or federal budget 2023 in hand. And maybe the last thing I want to reiterate, just because, again, Mr. Morantz keeps on talking about how there's a whole slew of things in the BIA that have no relevance to federal budget 2023. And I want to reiterate one more time for the record that every measure in the BIA appears in the text of federal budget 2023. So it's absolutely relevant. We are not just putting things in there. I don't want Canadians to think that in any way we're trying to fool them in any way. I think that we are trying to be accountable. I think part of the reason we want to send it to committees, various committees of those of key subject matter experts, is to make sure that we have their subject matter expertise eyes on it and to give us feedback to this committee. So I think with that, I also would like to state that we do not support that sub-amendment, and I'm really hoping that we can move on and get to getting back to hearing from witnesses on the BIA and then hearing from our Minister of Finance and moving forward with federal budget 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Zarowitz. Now to MP Chambers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate everybody's comments so far. I agree with Ms. Zarowitz. The minister has been here 3 or 4 times. However, that hasn't been on invitation of the committee. That has been because the minister has to appear to advance legislation through the committee. In fact, the minister has been invited on 3 separate occasions, 2 times for 90 minutes, once for 120. And I believe and then one other time for the inflation study, which has an open invitation for 3 hours. That's 180 minutes. The minister has been invited to come to the committee 480 minutes, and the committee is supposed to accept 60 minutes next week to satisfy the number of outstanding requests. The only reason the minister is appearing is to advance the budget legislation. But I actually think maybe I've been, or maybe we've been, a little unfair to the Minister of Finance. After having listened to my colleagues' interventions, I think maybe the minister actually does want to come. And I think the minister wants to come for 2 hours. But it looks like more and more now that the Prime Minister's office doesn't want the Deputy Finance Minister to appear before this committee often. I actually think the minister wants to appear. So maybe instead of finding Freeland, it should be free Freeland. Because clearly, the minister and Deputy Prime Minister, I have an incredible amount of respect for the Deputy Prime Minister. She is in a very tough position. Inflation is raging 3 times over the target. She's obviously very accomplished. She's very smart. Maybe the Prime Minister's office is worried about leadership politics starting to enter the fray. The Prime Minister is being attacked from multiple angles. We have other cabinet ministers starting their leadership campaigns, and maybe the Prime Minister's office is trying to prevent the de facto leader of the upcoming leadership race from getting more exposure. Or maybe someone on another leadership campaign has convinced the Prime Minister's office to not allow the Finance Minister to appear before committee. Now, I have full belief in my colleague from Windsor, Brian Massey. I believe he said it best. Ministers, when they know their file, can kind of bat around any questions from any parliamentarian here quite easily. And the minister has done that on a number of occasions, and she's quite capable of it. But now, having listened to the debate, I think I actually owe the finance minister an apology I actually think she wants to come, but she's not being able to come. Maybe it's her that's being prevented from appearing before committee for a whole bunch of reasons that have nothing to do with the budget bill. I would submit to the committee that there's also multiple ways to resolve this impasse. I agree we should be starting to talk to stakeholders. We could have done that if we struck the clause-by-clause motion from the motion, struck the clause-by-clause part of the motion from the original motion from Mr. Beach. I also accept or support the sub-amendment of Mr. Blakey. It's something I've advocated for here. But there is that saying, fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 3 times. But again, I don't think perhaps our frustrations on the committee as the members of the opposition have been misguided. I think perhaps we should be encouraging the Prime Minister's office to free Minister Freeland and allow her to come to committee and share her talents with us and defend her government's record. She's very capable of doing that. So I don't know why the Prime Minister's office is not allowing the Deputy Prime Minister to appear at a Finance Committee meeting for more than an hour. I think they're very concerned about leadership politics that are starting to enter the discourse.
Good point. Very good point.
And so I have full faith that the minister wants to come. I hope that she will be allowed to do so. I think we could give some comfort to the committee if she could confirm the time for which she is available. I suspect that will also have to be vetted by the Prime Minister's office. You know, we hearken back to the days of the controlling Harper PMO. Well, let me tell you, there has not been a Prime Minister's office more controlling than the one that we currently have. They actually vet every single chief of staff hiring. That didn't happen in the last government. For all the talk about Prime Minister Harper's PMO being so controlling, there isn't anything that gets done in this town without the okay from the Prime Minister's office. So I'm actually more imploring those individuals and the staff members of the government to plead with the Prime Minister's office that the Minister of Finance be allowed to shine at this committee and answer questions from parliamentarians, from Canadians. I believe there's multiple ways to broach this impasse. I look forward to other thoughts of my committee members. And I will just end on the point about the sub-amendment. I do agree that it does create a challenging precedent, but that precedent was created by the Languages Committee, which was supported by Liberal members at the time. I appreciate the chair's ruling that this sub-amendment is admissible. It is not substantially similar to the one previous. The other previous motion included asking both or multiple ministers to appear. It is unclear to me, as a member of this committee, what the will of the committee was when we voted that down. Was it that we didn't want both ministers to appear together? Was it that we didn't want the finance minister to appear? Was it that we didn't want the Minister of Public Safety to appear? So it's unclear to me what the will of the committee was when we voted that down. So in my view, the amendment is admissible. I think the chair agrees with that on advice of the clerk. And so happy to support this sub-amendment. I look forward to seeing the Minister of Finance here next week for 2 hours when we break this impasse. But we could move to committee study with stakeholders on Thursday through a few different paths. One, we agree to the sub-amendment. If that's not going to happen, 2, we get confirmation from the Finance Minister that she will be here for 2 hours after she is approved to do so from the PMO. Or 3, we actually strike the requirement to move to clause by clause starting on the 18th of May. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'll pass the floor to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you. MP Chambers, got MP Perkins, and then MP Morantz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if you put me on that list too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm in agreement with MP Chambers on the issue of the evolution of finding Freeland to freeing Freeland. But I want to start by speaking perhaps to the question of whether or not everything in this bill has to do with the country's finances. And I appreciate that some members may think that. But, Mr. Chair, if you bear with me, I'll just read you the sections of this omnibus bill.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I just want to just correct for the record what I had indicated is every measure in the BIA appears in the text of the budget, just to let you know.
Okay.
In the text, but thank you very much.
MP Perkins, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I
MP
appreciate
Zerowitz.
the clarification. And it's clear I'm drawing a huge crowd here today, so I'll continue. The Budget Implementation Act, tabled in Parliament on March 28th, amends the following items. It amends the Income Tax Act and other legislation. It has provisions around the GST and the HST. A number of these are directly related, obviously, to the country's finances, but not all of them are, in my view. The next part is amendments to the Excise Act 2001, and the Air Travelers Security Act. Of course, the Air Travelers Security Act is a critical element of the country's finances. Obviously important to consumers, but I'm not sure that it is part of a budget itself. Division 1 of this legislation makes changes to the Excise Act and Excise Act 2001 with regard to alcohol products. And we know that that's related to the automatic escalator provision that the Liberals imposed in the budget on all the libations that Canadians consume that has an escalator attached to inflation. So we, as Conservatives, were demanding that that escalator be suspended or removed, and the government has changed their position and limited the increase to a mere 2%. So all of those increases that you saw on April 1st in a lot of our liquor boards across the country are thanks to this, in part to this change. Division 2 says Air Travelers Security Charge Act, charge rates. Part 4, as it's put in, has various measures, amendments to the Bank Act, amendment to private sector pension plans. Division 3, as it's called, there are measures related to money laundering and digital assets and other measures. Division 4 is preferential tariff programs for developing countries. Division 5 is removal of most favored nation tariff treatment for Belarus and Russia, and I think obviously that's something that's long overdue. Division 6, non-applications of sections 27 and 27(1) of the Bank of Canada Act. Division 7 says that that this is making amendments. Well, it's actually not amendments. Division 7 has to do with the creation of a brand new act called the Canada Innovation Corporation Act. And that act has a whole bunch of provisions. Normally, this would be a separate piece of legislation to go before Parliament, so it could be scrutinized on its own when you create a new multi-billion-dollar crown corporation. But apparently, buried in this omnibus bill is a series of changes or creation that includes everything from the designation of the minister, which I understand is the Minister of Industry, continuation and status, as it's called, as part of this act that is being created by this. It outlines, like every act of Parliament does, the purpose and function of creating this Canada Innovation Corporation. It sets out the board, chief executive officer, and employee structures. It has what it calls miscellaneous provisions, restrictions on directives, disclosure of information to federal institutions, payments out of a consolidated revenue fund, because, you know, it wouldn't be a new liberal program if it didn't have lots of taxpayer money going into it. Financial year, establishing that, requiring it to have quarterly financial reports and annual reports. It also has transitional plans, as every act of Parliament does that changes an existing act. Division 8 is the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, which amends the Canada Health Transfer. Division 9, Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements, which deals with equalization and territorial financing. Division 10, economic sanctions. Again, economic sanctions aren't necessarily what you would standard see in a budget bill, but and needless to say, we need upgrading to have more teeth and the ability to have more powerful economic sanctions against the rogue state Russia and their illegal war. But the budget bill is being used to make those changes rather than a separate piece of legislation, which would be the norm. Division 11, privileges and immunities, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. So apparently the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, other than paying our fees, is a budget element, which generally that act would be amended on its own. This is why we call it an omnibus act, because it's amending lots of acts that have nothing to do with the actual country's finances. What they have to do is, since they were mentioned in a written document somewhere, that justifies putting them in apparently in an act altogether. Division 12 says Service Fees Act. There are amendments in Division 13 to the Canada Pension Plan. Division 14 amends the Department of Employment and Social Development Act, another act where you could do that separately under that act as a separate piece of legislation, not in a budget bill. There are amendments to the Canada Labour Code. I know my colleagues will be shocked to learn that a budget bill is used to amend the Labour Code. Omnibus bill at a classic definition, if there ever was one. Oh, and not to be outdone by Canada Labour Code, Division 16 amends the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Of course, we all know that the Immigration and Refugee Act claims for refugee protection are always classic things included in a budget, right? We always think of the country, the money in and the money out that a government spends, and that amending the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act is a critical part of whether or not the government balances its budget or not. Division 17, again, not to be outdone by the previous one, Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, Claims and Refugee Protection. Division 17 amends the same thing, Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, sponsorship applications. Sponsoring immigrants is clearly not a budget item, but it's thrown in this act because it's mentioned in a written document tabled in the House. Division 18, College of Immigration and Citizenship Consultants Act. Well. More amendments to how we regulate and manage immigration consultants in our system. There's nothing to do with revenue in or revenue out, but that's apparently a budget item under this government. Amendments to the Citizenship Act. Well, yes, of course. What we say and how somebody gets sworn in as a citizen is always something that comes top of mind when we're talking about a budget. The Yukon Act, Division 20. Division 21, Oceans Protection Plan. Now we're going to have some fun. Now we're going to have some fun. As members know, I in addition to my afternoon and evening appearances at this committee, I sit more formally on the House of Commons Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, and I'm the vice chair of the Industry Committee. And I was getting questions even earlier today about why speak to Elvers. Well, there's amendments here to the Canada Ocean Protection Act. That's clearly an issue that the government seems to think merits budget attention. Last time I checked, Elvers, just for a reminder of those who weren't in the other day, they're baby eels. They're not as cute as seals, but they're worth an awful lot more. Help me here, $5,000 a kilogram they're sold for. And we have massive amounts of poaching and illegal fishing going on. But the Oceans Protection Plan is being amended here through a budget bill. Not money in, money out, but yet more amendments to acts of Parliament unrelated to our financing. And just as an aside on that, I got yet another email this morning from the Elver fishermen complaining about the minister's statement yesterday that she thought that arresting and seizing 123 kilograms of Elvers was great enforcement. Thousands of people on that seizure. Yeah, that seizure of Elvers represents one poacher's day on one river since the closure has happened. So it's not really when there are thousands of poachers who have caught, in some estimates, over 10,000 kilograms of illegal elvers. In fact, yesterday found on the Tusket River in Digby was 30 pounds of dead elvers because the rocket scientist who was poaching elvers didn't realize that things you take out of the ocean, if you want them to stay alive, actually have to stay in water. And so that's sitting there. The information from the poacher was given to the RCMP, which was the context in which I was talking about elvers before, because we were dealing with a sub-amendment on the appearance of the public safety minister before this committee and how he should be held accountable for the fact that the police forces of Canada, the RCMP, are not enforcing the law on these issues. But I won't go on too much more on fisheries, although I know MP Beach is fascinated by everything, including the importance of our lobster fishery. Division 22, Canada Transportation Act. Canada Transportation Act. Yet more relevance that come top of mind when I think of a budget. Division 23, air travel complaints. Now, we know how important it is and how bad it's gotten for Canadians in terms of their air travel service and the growing complaints, and it is a good thing that there are more provisions being put forward by the government to improve the ability of Canadians not only to get answers, but to get paid when airlines cancel their flights and do things that are against the interest of the consumer. And that is a good thing. But air travel complaints should be a bill on its own. It should not be buried because of its importance. It should not be buried in this massive omnibus bill. The bill makes changes to the Customs Act, and I know this is getting dizzying, but there's a few more pages of the acts left here to read out that it's doing. Now, the National Research Council Act, a granting council. Some of you may not know, it gets a lot of money. $1.8 billion a year, an additional $1 billion given in the last year's budget. It makes amendment to the Act of the National Research Council. You don't need to change the Act of the National Research Council if you are simply giving it more money. But if you are changing or altering its mandate and its role, this omnibus bill is making changes to that, not to the flow of money. The flow of money would be in a budget bill, but changes to the National Research Council in terms of its act and its mandate should be on its own another act. Changes to the Patent Act. Wow. I always think of changing the Patent Act in a budget bill. I always think that that's a money item, right? It is a money item for those who have patents or those who are filing patents. But this, I checked through this. And there have been studies by the industry committee saying and recommending that this country and this government adopt a patent box. It's a preferential tax rate, essentially, for those who have patents to encourage the development and ownership of intellectual property. But when I checked through Division 26, Patent Act, I did not see the government creating a patent box. Really? No, we didn't. And I didn't see it spending or unusually spending more money, but I saw just standard amendments. Division 27, Food and Drugs Act, natural health products. Again, not money in or out, not additional money. It's a change to an act of Parliament. This is why we call these omnibus bills, in spite of the objections from some. Division 28, again, Food and Drug Act amendments, cosmetic testing. Now, I automatically think of cosmetic testing as an issue that you would have in a budget bill, since it involves whether or not we have a balanced budget or not. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. Division 29, Dental Care Measures Act. Now, there's a whole bunch of things in here, and it's part of the Costly Coalition's agreement to have a Dental Care Act, and I'd say that the fourth party in the House who signs this NDP Costly Coalition allowed themselves to be sold short on this, since in essence it's just a tax rebate. It's not actually a dental plan as Canadians would come to think of it. Division 31, Royal Style and Titles Act. Now, that always comes to mind when I talk about a budget as the, in fact, my understanding on the Royal Style of the Royal Style and Titles Act 2023 is that this extensive budget measure that obviously is thought of as a key budget component puts a snowflake on the crown of the sovereign for his symbol in Canada. Now, I always think of snowflakes as uniquely Canadian. I don't think snowflakes are anywhere else. There are more pejorative terms that snowflake is used for, and it might be a snowflake effort to make the crown more politically correct and woke, but I don't think putting a snowflake on a crown, on a printed crown, not on a real crown, because, you know, it would melt, on a symbol of a crown, I always think of that as a budget item, right? Really? Yeah. Titles Act, they changed the title, of course, of the king, of some of the things that we grant the king in Canada. We have a new king, and I'm sure lots of Canadians watch that pageantry of Canada's head of state being crowned, an important period of time. There were no snowflakes in London at the time that I could see falling, but apparently if you live in Minnesota or you live in Colorado or you live, Russia even maybe, they have snowflakes too, but apparently our government thinks it's unique to Canada and therefore should be put on the symbol of the crown. Obviously an essential budget item. A beaver tail could have been put on, yes. Well, there has been some debate by well-known liberal Warren Kinsella over this past weekend on Twitter about whether or not people should line up for beaver tails and a style of deep-fried dough with sugar that is, you know, quintessential Canadian, but quintessential Ottawa, too. Yeah. Right. An act respecting the royal titles I mentioned, royal titles and style. Division 32, the Canada Growth Fund, sort of an oxymoron, right? Yeah. It's another one of these programs that the government creates that have mediocre results. There's one that seems, I live in danger of fall economic statements and budgets because every time there's a budget, there seems to be a need to create another multi-billion-dollar agency that is as effective as the infrastructure bank, which I understand still hasn't made any significant contributions to Canada's infrastructure. The Canada Infrastructure Bank was supposed to attract all this private sector money. The Canada Growth Fund is supposed to create yet another fund focused at, well, I don't think the minister quite knew when she was before the Senate committee and was asked about it, and still doesn't know. But, you know, it will have its own act and its own fund and its own board and lots of bureaucrats around to dole out, or theoretically dole out, Canadian money to some sort of growth. It's not quite clear, but maybe it's a growth in paper, a growth in the size of government, which we know has gone up by 80,000 people since 2015. And if you'll recall, for those who tuned in on my first intervention on this, that in the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, they've in 3 years grown from 10,000 to 15,000 people. That's good growth. 1,000 with them. That's probably what the growth funds is aimed at, getting at more government growth like that. Apparently they need a fund to help them grow the departments more than from 10,000 to 15,000 of fisheries. And by the way, over 1,000 of those jobs were, shockingly, in Ottawa, bringing the grand total of HR people in the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to over 832 and over 1,000 people in the Department of Fisheries and Finance. Because with this kind of growth of people, there's a lot of paychecks to manage. So you need to have more HR and more finance people to process all of those additional people. Division 33, legislation related to financial institutions. And I know that Division 34, everybody here will agree that I always expect in a budget bill to see criminal code amendments. Criminal code amendments are essential for balancing the budget in Canada, and that's why apparently this omnibus bill thinks that that is directly related to the budget on the criminal code. There are amendments to the Employment Insurance Act in Division 35, and Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 in Division 36. Division 37 has has amendments to another act, the Canada Deposit Insurance Corporation Act. And now you may say, well, that's a budget item, but why isn't that its own if this government opposed, as it said in 2015, all omnibus bills? We're not speaking to whether or not previous governments used omnibus bills or not, because we're now at 8 years, and there's only so many years that one can claim that the dog ate my homework, that it's Stephen Harper's fault that I did an omnibus bill. I don't know why Stephen Harper is responsible for this omnibus bill, but apparently the Liberals can't think on their own. I have to say that Stephen Harper made them do it. Sort of like, well, I'm going to show my age again, Flip Wilson in the 70s, when the devil made him do it. In this evolution of moving from finding Freeland to freeing Freeland, I sure think it would be interesting to understand why the Canada Deposit Insurance Corporation needs to be in this as opposed to its own act. Employment Insurance Appeal Board, Employment Insurance Board of Appeal. Let's talk about the Employment Insurance Appeal. This is a new body. I know members will be shocked to learn that the Liberals have created yet a new body. I've lost track already in all of the things that I've mentioned here, from the CIC to the Canada Growth Fund to, well, I'm losing fact. The Employment Insurance Board of Appeal is a new board that they're creating. So apparently, you know, you can't pass by a budget without at least a half a dozen new bodies and agencies. And of course, I always think of a budget, I always think of amendments to the Canada Elections Act. Of course. It's essential that a budget have Canada Elections Act changes in it in order to ensure that it runs $130 billion worth of debt in the next 5 years. No pretext of a balanced budget, as MP Morant said in the economic statement. And in the 3 times that the minister has been invited since the economic statement, she's blown this committee off, and that's one of the reasons why, if you'll forgive me, that we are skeptical that the commitment, as genuine as it is from government members, that she will appear is something that the minister herself, who only showed up for the 6th time, will appear.
Point of order, MP Blakey.
I just want to thank the member for mentioning the EI Appeal Board. Based on his comments the other day, I thought maybe he had misread and thought it was an eel appeal board. So I'm glad to see that he's reading the legislation properly and that we're talking about things that are actually in the bill.
I appreciate that, and I'm sure the Employment Insurance Appeal Board will go after illegal things done in the Act. So, Mr. Chair, if I could, these are just some of the reasons why this is a huge piece of legislation, and we need to see the minister for 2 hours. And I notice that the government members have refused to commit to 2 hours. And I'll just remind members, and for the sake of the translators, the minister's mandate letter, signed by the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, December 16th, 2021. And it says here on Prime Minister's office letterhead, "Dear Minister Freeland, thank you for continuing to serve Canadians as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance." And if I go to the bottom of page 2 of that letter, if you'll bear with me, I'll just read these very important words that the Prime Minister instructed the Minister of Finance to follow. "The success of this Parliament will require parliamentarians, both in the House of Commons and the Senate, to work together across all parties to get big things done for Canadians." As I said last time, it doesn't say big and little things, just the big things. The big things and big government are the things that we get done. We don't worry about passports or approving pilot health cards so that we don't have a shortage of pilots. We don't worry about the little things like immigration approvals, while we now have 2.2 million, and visas and processing. We don't worry about those little things. We just worry about the big things done for Canadians. It's very impressive language. I expect you, and I've always maintained, by the way, that the first priority of any government is to look after the ante up at the poker game. You know, if you're a municipal government and you're not providing adequate fire service, don't bother me with bike lanes until you got adequate fire service. It's the same for the federal government. Unless you're delivering the basic services Canadians expect, all those other nice-to-do things that are contained in the 42 or so acts that this thing either creates new ones of or amends should be done first. The Prime Minister goes on to say, I expect you to maintain constructive relationships with your opposition critics and coordinate any legislation with the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. I assume she did that with this bill, or we wouldn't have it here today. As Minister, and this is the really important part of this mandate letter from the Prime Minister to the Minister of Finance, this is a critical part about what we're talking about today, which is ministerial accountability. As Minister, you are accountable to Parliament, both individually for your style of leadership and performance of your responsibilities, and collectively in the support of our ministry and decisions taken by Cabinet. Now, it then goes on to reference this document from 2015 called Open and Accountable Government. It sets out the rules and core principles and standards of conduct expected of you as Minister of Finance and your office. How does that work? And if you do as the Prime Minister says, the Prime Minister says here, I expect you to familiarize yourself with this document, which outlines my expectations for each member of the ministry. So just to recall, from that document, it says that ministers must be available to answer questions in Parliament. And isn't that the root of the question here that MP Blakey's original amendment and the sub-amendment pose is 2 hours, not 1 hour. And we can't seem to get a commitment on the 2 hours. And 2 hours is a small price to pay. So we do know that the minister is busy. But I'll give you an example of the minister's recent schedule at this past weekend. And the minister this past weekend, I know, had two very important appointments. This past weekend, she was at the Shaw Centre, not far from here, and I suggested in the previous meeting that perhaps we reconvene this committee at the Shaw Centre in order to give the minister a greater amount of convenience to show up, because she was at the Shaw Centre for the weekend. And the minister had, on the first day of her meetings there, a keynote conversation, a fireside chat, so to speak, between herself and Hillary Rodham Clinton, the former senator and first lady. And I know that it was a big and important meeting, because I'm told by the media reports that the Minister of Finance was almost moved to tears. She was moved to tears by this. And I tell you what moves me to tears: a $490 billion budget, the biggest in Canadian history other than during COVID, a $490 billion budget that never projects a balanced budget, that says we're going to spend $130 billion, add more to the debt, so that the two Trudeaus combined, senior and junior, will have added $1.1 trillion of debt. That's what moves me to tears, and thinking about the future generations of Canadians that are going to have to pay for that long beyond any of us are even still here on this earth. Now, that was an important hour-long conversation, probably equivalent to the only amount of time the minister is willing to spend at this committee. Apparently, she's willing to spend an hour here. It was said that she spent at least an hour. I think the proper pronunciation in the past is that she spent a maximum of an hour in this committee. And we're simply asking that the time that she gave for two panels at the convention on the weekend be allocated to her $490 billion budget, because the second panel, I'm sure, was riveting, just riveting, and had a big crowd. I don't think it made her cry, but it made me cry just reading the title because of its wokeness. Made in Canada, Innovation for Middle-Class Jobs and a Cleaner Economy. I'm sure there was great insight in that. Insights like that led party members of the Liberal Party to defeat a resolution, not pass a resolution, defeat a resolution, perhaps bravely put forward by some Liberal Party members that they should actually have a plan at some date to balance the budget.
Was that you, Julie?
But the collective Liberals in the room, including presumably all of the caucus members here, who said, absolutely not. We don't ever want to balance the budget. We think it's just perfectly fine to spend forever and ever on the credit card. I'd love to see the way each one of those Liberals runs their own personal house finances. I'm sure they just, when the bank calls and says you owe us money on your mortgage or your credit card, they say, don't worry about it. I don't need to worry about that. We can keep doing that. Just increase my limit.
What about the debt
Just
servicing?
increase my limit. And the 130 billion, those are big numbers, right? So we're now at the position where by the end of this 5-year projection in this budget, the debt servicing costs alone are going to be more than what the government transfers to the provinces in healthcare. It's more important to pay interest to bankers by increasing the debt for those inputs with little output, because is your healthcare any better?
No.
Are your roads any better?
No.
Are your passport abilities any better? Is your employment insurance any better? And any of these things any better for Canadians? Yet still, is your cost of living better?
Definitely not.
I don't think your cost of living is better. I think we continue to have record inflation rates. People are struggling. I hear for it every day, as every member of Parliament does. So I would remind the minister what the Prime Minister said, which is you need to answer questions. And I've heard questions around this issue of 2 hours. 2 hours, wow, that's a lot of time, 2 hours. I have to tell you, and ministers don't always necessarily come, apparently, but I sit on 2 other committees, and I can tell you, Minister Champagne and Minister Murray have come to those committees every time we've asked. They've never missed a meeting.
Really?
Never, ever missed a meeting. And in fact, just on the 2-hour issue, Minister Champagne has agreed to come to the industry committee to talk for 2 hours, which will not be a problem for him.
Yeah, he does.
It won't be a problem for him. On the Volkswagen contract. On the Volkswagen contract. Now, unfortunately, for those of you watching today, you won't be able to watch it because the government only agreed to that if we could do it in camera. In camera. And what that means is in secret.
Yeah,
So they don't want to defend the contract in secret. But he's agreed to come for 2 hours. He's a very, very amiable guy. And I agree with MP Morantz that I had hope yesterday when I saw the 6th appearance of the minister in the House this year in our Finding Freeland effort. It's sort of like, the black bears have come out of hibernation. I thought, well, let's see if she's there today. That'll be good. Maybe she won't. That'd be 7. That would be a record because I don't think the minister's actually been there for 2 days in a row. This would be some sort of new record for the Minister of Finance. But this issue about ministerial accountability, which this is about, and just to help the translators follow, I began in the last meeting, last Thursday, and I'll remind members and those watching and the translators, I began helping members of this committee understand the importance of this 2 hours by outlining the Treasury Board of Canada. That's the folks that, government department that is responsible for actually deciding on the actual spending. Once the budget lays out the spending, the Treasury Board actually does spend the actual money. And they have a document. It's called Meeting the Expectation of Canadians, Review of the Responsibilities and Accountabilities of Ministers and Officials. So I began reading from this excellent document, and I will take up where I left off the other night because I know members have been anxiously awaiting me to continue this part of my presentation. And I'll start, in order to ensure the translators can follow, I will start on page 5 where I left off. I won't go through the first 4 pages, although they were very enlightening about accountability and the minister's roles. I will start off on the bottom of page 5 with the section entitled The Goal of an Accountable Regime. I'm not keen on that word regime, but maybe it applies to this government as more a regime than it is a government of the people, but the goal of an accountable regime. So it begins in this section of this important Treasury Board document with this. The government must be accountable for both the policies it sets and the means by which it implements them. Sort of at the heart of Mr. Blakey's motion. That's why we want the minister there. However, the area of particular concern in the current context, the context of this document, in the current context is the responsibility and accountability of ministers and senior officials for matters of financial administration and management in policy administration. I'll read that again because that is what this budget implementation bill is about. The context of this responsibility and accountability of ministers and senior staff for matters of financial administration and management and policy implementation. A budget is the culmination of the coming together of both financial administration and policy development and direction. So that's why that's important. This report therefore focuses on the responsibility and accountability for financial administration. In this regard, the accountability regime under our system of responsible government must do the following things, and these are in bullet points. And I am tempted every time ministerial or accountability comes up to say I should spell those words for folks because I'm not sure they're getting them, and we may have to get to that in this discussion. But for now, first bullet point 1 under this that is set out by the Treasury Board says that we're to provide assurance to Parliament and Canadians of the government's proper use of lawful authorities and public resources. And a budget implementation bill is at the heart of providing assurances to Parliament and Canadians of the government's proper use of lawful authorities and public resources. This is what a budget bill is about. You come before Parliament. You get questioned before Parliament of how you're going to spend citizens' money. That's why we need her here for only 2 hours in the Freeing Freeland. And I know the Freeing Freeland exercise because I'm sure in the Finding Freeland effort with the minister attending the House yesterday, she wants to be freed from these shackles of PMO control in order to defend the budget, which makes me cry, but I'm assuming makes her proud. I'm not sure why never balancing the budget would make her proud, but it seems to make this particular minister proud to never balance the budget. It's pretty easy in a cabinet to be the finance minister if the only word you say to your cabinet colleagues is yes. Because the hardest part of the finance minister's job is actually saying no, just like it is to your children. No, you can't do that. No, because your friend jumped off the roof doesn't mean you should. These are the things parents say to their kids, right? But apparently, we never say those in the current Liberal cabinet. We say things like, yes, you can have and create yet another ministry. I know that ISED, as it's called, the industry department, only has about $16 billion of expenditure this year, but apparently they needed more. They needed to create 2 more mediocre agencies that will have the same performance as the infrastructure bank. The second item here, it says, in this regard, accountability under their regime for responsible government includes you must do the following things. You must reinforce all parties' compliance with established legal requirements and management policies and practices. And we know how diligently the Liberal government has followed that because we know how many sole source contracts to friends that this government has given out. They clearly reinforce compliance, established legal requirements and management to the point that they believe that compliance and meeting legal requirements is such an essential part of the genetics of this cabinet that they continue to apologize in the House for giving sole source contracts to friends and campaign managers who they used to work with or other close friends. But that's, and then there's McKinsey, and we spoke about that. We've spoken about that before. You know, a $490 billion budget. That means the minister, if she appears for 2 hours, that would be a $250 billion hour-long appearance. If she appears for the full 2 hours, that's a $490 billion appearance that it will cost the taxpayers. And I said before, and I'll say it again, those rates would even make McKinsey blush. Yep. Those are extensive, high billing rates, and I'm sure McKinsey would be willing to take the minister on in her post-ministerial life into a new role to help coach them on how to get such high billing rates for your work and performance. Well, and I've just had a reminder of the current Minister of Industry's predecessor, the Minister for lowering cell phone rates, Mr. Baines, who, before the ink was even dry on his 2-year cooling off period after leaving Parliament, went to work for the highest cost cell phone provider in the world, Rogers, as a fellow in charge of their government relations. So the minister was responsible for reducing cell phone rates, and as we know, when he left before the last election, Rogers had the highest rates in the world. So I guess the reward for such incredible performance of a minister is a nice cushy job in the Bloor and Church office of Rogers. I'm sure he's got a beautiful view out that window of the Toronto skyline. He gets to oversee the communications. And I'll remind you that he went from there, from being a vice chair at CIBC, one of Canada's largest banks, who I'm sure was not paying a minimum wage, to now about Rogers. I can only imagine what he got paid by Rogers within days of his conflict of interest ink drying on his 2-year waiting period. I can only imagine what he got paid. Perhaps his pay would even make McKinsey blush, but it certainly wouldn't make the Minister of Finance blush at the amount that she charges. The third item under the Treasury Board review of the responsibilities and accountabilities of ministers and senior officials. The third item on the top of page 6, and bear with me, this won't take long. I've only got about 50 pages more. To promote a culture and practice of continuous improvement of governance and administration in the public service. And I guess that's why we had a public service strike, was the promotion of a culture, a practice of continuous improvement and governance in administration. I think the only improvement we've seen is 80,000 new jobs. By having more gets you less. I think that's the slogan now of the Treasury Board Minister. Perhaps she should also be called before this committee, and perhaps we might move a sub-amendment at some time on that to understand why the Treasury Board Minister thinks it's so important for the federal government to grow by 80,000 people since this government was elected. Top of page 6, it says the accountability regime must therefore be marked by at least 3 core features, and this is critical. This is critical in ministerial accountability. Well-defined roles and responsibilities, where those with authority have the capacity to carry on their duties. And I'm presuming that the ministers had the capacity to carry on their duties, even though since January there have only been 6 appearances. You know, it's sort of like Groundhog Day, waiting for the groundhog to come out. In my riding, we actually bring out a lobster. In Shelburne County, it's a lobster we bring out to show the shadow. But unlike the groundhog, no matter what the lobster predicts, we throw the lobster in a pot and eat it. We don't put it back in. And the best lobsters in the world are from the South Shore and Western Shore of Nova Scotia, the winter fishery, which only has a few weeks left, by the way, if you're interested in some of the best lobster in the world, that then moves off to the summer lobster, which are good, but they're not as good. So the second point under accountability regime must therefore be marked by at least 3 core features. It says a credible process of rendering an account where those with responsibility answer for their performance. Let me spell that, ANSWER, answer for their performance against the standard of what they were expected to do. So how are we doing on that, and how can we ask the minister, if the minister isn't willing to come for 2 hours, about why in the Fall Economic Statement 2022, which she signed and tabled in Parliament, the budget projection is for 2027, $4.5 million surplus. Actually, it projects for this year, coming up, 2022-23, a deficit of $40.6 billion. The deficit of $30.6 billion was out of, but lo and behold, in this document, only 6 months later, and this massive omnibus bill, the result of that is that the Minister of Finance is projecting a $43 billion deficit this year in only 6 months.
MP Perkins, just mark the point that you're at right now, because we're going to be suspending, and we'll be back after QPN votes. Thank you.
Votes? We got votes?
Poor Ed was waiting.
Thank you.
Specifically say is that if I recall, striking out after Mr. Blakey's line H, that it would now read that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours, provided that if the Minister of Finance has not appeared by May 18th, 2023, amendments to Bill C-47, that's the Budget Implementation Act, notwithstanding subparagraph B1, be submitted to the clerk in both official languages no later than 11 a.m. Eastern, the business day following the Minister appearing at Finance Committee for the duration of no less than 2 hours. So the Budget Implementation Act, Bill C-47, amends 51, count them, 51 acts of Parliament. It's what's otherwise called to, in parliamentary language, an omnibus bill that amends some elements of what's required, or all the financial elements that's required in a budget, but many, many acts, additional acts, from the criminal code to what the symbol of the King's crown will look like in Canada. Very important element for the budget. And one of the reasons why we need to get the Minister of Finance here, and one of the colleagues earlier said and had mentioned that the Minister has now been in the House 6 times since January and was feeling optimistic that the Minister may have turned in a new leaf and would be considering appearing more often in Parliament and being held to account. And this is really what this is about. And with the Minister's appearance in question period yesterday, he held out some optimism for today. Alas, he was mistaken. And so the question is that the Minister spent time here on the weekend, as we know, meeting with friends like Hillary Clinton, but not having the time to commit, although she is committing, apparently, we're told, perhaps by some sort of communique here, that she will commit to coming next week, but will not commit to coming for 2 hours. And when you're spending over $490 billion in 1 year in a budget and you're spending $3.1 trillion over the 5 years of the fiscal framework, then we don't think it is a great deal to ask for the minister to spend 2 hours with a very congenial group of members of parliament to ask questions. Presumably the deputy prime minister is in very fine form in the knowledge of the details of the 51 acts that the minister is proposing to spend. But just in case the folks that are watching this aren't fully up to speed, let me summarize a few of the financial elements of this piece of legislation. So, as I said, the budget sets a cumulative over the next 5 years spending of $3.1 trillion. By the way, that's a record in a 5-year fiscal framework plan. And these numbers, to be believed, require a few other things to happen. And remember, only 6 months ago that the same minister, predicted that we would have a balanced budget at the end of the fiscal framework, and now is projecting no balanced budget in sight and adding $130 billion of debt to the national debt of the country. And that, if you assume that in future budgets, in the next year, for example, they don't decide to spend a single dollar more than they pledged to spend in this one. And so I think there's very little expectation that this government will not use the opportunity of perhaps a speech from the throne or an economic statement in the fall, followed by another budget, to have more spending added to this. But right now, what that means is that we'll have a record, at the end of this fiscal framework, we'll have a record national debt of an astounding almost $1.4 trillion. We're hearing in the news today about President Biden holding emergency meetings about the fact that the United States is now at their debt ceiling. Many don't think perhaps that we have one, but we do have a debt ceiling, and our debt ceiling, the maximum amount that we're allowed to have right now, is $1.8 trillion. So at the spending rate of this government, I expect within this mandate, we're going to be facing the same problem of reaching a debt ceiling issue for Canada. So those are big numbers, but what affects Canadians every day is sort of what's going on in the daily budget and interest on the debt. So, like your credit card, you have to pay interest on anything you borrow. Well, the interest on the debt that this government has managed to build up will rise from $44 billion today to $50 billion in 5 years. And that's if you're to believe their interest rate calculations. And the budget documents outline interest rate calculations. And for example, it suggests that next year interest rates will be 6.2%. And I can raise the first quarter projection from the Bank of Canada is that by that period of time in the first quarter of next year, interest rates will actually be 6.6%. So we're only a month past the budget, and the minister's financial projections on what the interest rate will be is already incorrect according to the Bank of Canada. That'll drive up the costs of borrowing and the cost of that debt. And that debt is more than we spend on health care from the federal government. Think of that. All of that money could be going to improve our health care. We know in the province that I live in, we've got, in a province of 1 million people, a waiting list of 142,000 people waiting for a doctor. Can't get a primary doctor to get access. You don't have a general practitioner doctor, you don't have access to the healthcare system. And imagine what $44 to $50 billion could do instead of paying interest on debt to improve that. It might actually help us meet our 2% target for NATO, which we are declining on. And we're not hitting the 2% target on NATO. We're not even close. We're about 1% of the target. We're dropping. And so the issue going forward is, in a more unstable world with not only what Russia's doing, but potential aggression from China, we have to be investing more and more in our defense spending if we're going to be a defender of democracy around the world. Now, $50 billion is interest is actually, in that context, is actually $10 billion more than we actually spend on our entire defense policy. Wow. $10 billion more than we spend on national defense. So there's a lot of better things we could be doing with that interest rate than giving them to bankers in Canada, taxpayer money, rather than doing this. And this is the legacy of the Trudeau family. Pierre Trudeau, when he was prime minister and left office in 1984, had accumulated $468 billion of national debt. Seems small, but that's on a budget of about $95 billion a year. And the deficit that he left was the 8.9% of GDP. In other words, that would be like $157 billion today. Liberals are projecting inflation to be 3.5% this year. Well, right now it's at 5%, a little over 5%. Bank of Canada is saying interest rates are likely to be 6.2% by next year. But so the Liberal projections on interest rates obviously are way off in this budget, and that in order for the government to meet this 3.5% target by July, which is only a few weeks away, the interest rates or inflation is going to have to drop. Sorry, I shouldn't say interest rates. Inflation will drop to 3.5%. In order for that to happen, interest rates have to drop. Inflation has to drop to 2% by July in order to get 3.5% for the year. That's not likely to happen. We're tracking it a little over 5%. So the $3.1 trillion spending adds gasoline to the fire of inflation that we've got. It's likely to be inflationary, as is Joe Biden's oxymoronically named Inflation Reduction Act, when the U.S. government is spending $1 trillion, that's actually inflationary, not inflation reduction. But apparently Democrats need a lesson in basic economics and math as well. So the last year of the Harper government, guess how much federal spending was?
How much?
It was $280 billion.
That sounds like a lot.
It is. It's a lot by any measure, but it had a surplus of $1.9 billion. Responsible fiscal management. This year, the budget is $156 billion in spending. That's up 170 this year ending. That's up $176 billion, or 63% since last Conservative government. 63%. In only 8 years, the government is spending 63% more. And this fiscal framework, which means spending for the next 5 years, the government budget will rise, again, if there is no further new spending added, to $543 billion. And that's if these economic projections on interest rates, inflation, and unemployment are to be believed. In year 5, so $543 billion, that's $263 billion more than the last budget of the Harper government. Imagine that, $263 billion more spending than in the last Harper government. That's a 94% increase in spending by this government since being elected. And now, lest you think that the deficits then are a result of a lack of revenue, but necessary spending that get us here, that would in fact be incorrect. Revenue, in other words, government revenue is taxes from you and me and all Canadians. Revenue will have risen by $282 billion at the end of this budget cycle. $282 billion in more revenue from taxpayers, more taxes from taxpayers at the end of this 5-year fiscal framework. In other words, government tax revenue has gone up $261 billion, or 92%. So 92% increase in tax revenue and taxes from Canadians, yet they still can't see their way to balancing a budget. And that's why the minister appearing is essential in terms of accountability for this kind of spending. And the impact that this kind of spending is huge. As we know, and as many people on social media know, this Prime Minister has added more debt to Canada than all other prime ministers combined. Interest rates are at the highest in decades. Family that bought a typical home 5 years ago with a typical mortgage that's now up for renewal in these high interest rate times will actually pay $7,000 more a year. $7,000 or more a year for a mortgage on the same house that you bought 5 years ago. No wonder Canadians are feeling the pinch and squeeze. But it's not just mortgage rates that are driving up the problem, that paychecks don't go as far as they used to, that Canadians are having to cut their diets, mothers are putting water in their children's milk because they cannot afford the 10% food inflation that we are seeing now. On top of increased costs just to stay in your own house, 10% more food inflation, and that's been going on now for more than a year. And these are the reasons why people are writing to us all the time saying, please help, what can we do? Because my paycheck is not going up the way food costs or my housing are. I've had people, particularly those on fixed income, phoning me, writing me in my constituency office, telling me that they've had to sell their family home. They're on a fixed income because they can't afford to heat and eat and pay their mortgage and pay all the expenses associated with the house anymore. And they're having to sell their family home as a result. They're distraught over having to do that because these are homes. They're not just houses. They're where people conducted their lives. It's where their children grew up. It's where their great-grandchildren come. It's where the family celebrations happen. And, you know, according to Bloomberg, we have the second highest housing bubble in the world. So it's not like we're short of land here, right? We do live in the second largest land mass in the world. Only Russia has more land than we do. So how is it that we could have such huge land with a population that's modest compared to a lot of other countries, approaching maybe 40 million people in the next little while, but very modest compared to that? We have the second most available land in the world, yet Vancouver and Toronto have the third and 10th most overpriced housing markets in the world. We've got a lot of municipal councils, and we know that lots of them are not dominated by conservative-minded folks, unfortunately, but they're not. And the result of that is we have a lot of policies, although the left-wing councils believe are well-intended, actually end up putting gatekeepers in place, blocking construction of new housing. As an example in my writing, the Lebanese community are very important in Halifax. They've built enormous amount of housing in the peninsula of housing, lots of history going back to the 70s, escaping the wars in Lebanon. And what one housing developer told me is he has a piece of property in downtown Halifax, and he's been trying for 5 years to get approval to build that housing. It's a 21-story building. Now, in the big cities of Toronto and Vancouver and Montreal, that may not seem like a lot, but 21 stories is a substantial building in Halifax. But it's not unusual because the two properties beside him both have 21-story housing buildings. After 5 years of fighting City Hall and left-wing housing development policies, the city came back and said after 5 years, oh no, you can only build a 5-story building there. But he said, wait a minute, there's a 21-story building on either side, on both sides, a 21-story building, and that's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking to build a building that's much taller than the 21 stories. I'm asking to build one the same. And they said, no, 5 stories, because of course, we have a housing shortage too, and we don't have enough space in downtown Halifax for housing, but in the end of the day, we have to still find a place for people to go, but apparently Halifax City Council and the development gatekeepers there think that that's asking too much to build more housing in Halifax and have said no. So you know what's going to happen on that piece of property? That piece of property is going to sit idle because he's not going to build a 5-story building there. And so what's going to happen is that much needed housing is going to go on, and he'll let his descendants, his son, his daughter, inherit the land, and it will sit vacant for decades until somebody fixes the problem. Well, luckily, after the next election, he doesn't have to wait decades. He only has to wait till after the next election. And we have a leader, when he's Prime Minister, that will get rid of these municipal gatekeepers. And Mr. Chair, I know everyone's enthralled with my presentation, and just as a check on everyone's focus and time, because I know we have some more votes going up, I'd like to get a sense of the room. It's hard to get a sense of the room given where everybody is right now. So I'm going to get a sense of the room of whether or not all of the members here would like me to continue in my dissertation on ministerial accountability. So I'd like to move to adjourn.
Members? Okay, just see the members come up. Okay, and we're going to the clerk.
Mr. Baker?
No.
Mr. Beach?
No.
Madame Châtel?
No.
Ms. Zerwitz? Mr. McDonald?
No.
Mr. Kirk?
Yes.
Or, pardon me, that would be Mr. Chambers?
Yes.
Mr. Perkins?
Once in the past, I voted against my own motion like this, but I'll support it this time.
Mr. Lawrence?
In favor.
Or, Mr. Lawrence is not here. Okay. Mr. Morantz?
I said in favor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Just
Can you record my vote? Sounds like you asked me twice. Do I get, does it count twice?
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oh, que oui.
Mr. Blakey?
No.
That is 7 nays, 3 yeas.
Okay, so it was defeated. We'll continue.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. As a person like all of my colleagues around the table that holds elected office, I'm an optimist by nature, or we wouldn't put our name on the ballot. So, optimistically, I will take that as a vote of confidence by the government and their coalition partner, the NDP, for me to keep going. I'm a little disappointed that my colleagues want me to stop, but hey, nonetheless, I guess I'll keep going.
They know you better than we do.
So, as I was saying before I so rudely interrupted myself, the cost of this budget and why we need the minister here to discuss and be held accountable for 2 hours, not one, for 2 hours, and we haven't been able to get a commitment for 2 hours, is because food bank usage is at an all-time high. I'm sure the government likes to talk about its input costs and how much it spends. It doesn't seem to like to talk too much about its output costs or its output achievements. This is one of their, I'm sure, proudest achievements, is that food bank usage is at an all-time high. Food Banks Canada recorded 1.5 million visits for food banks in just 1 month, which is a 35% increase compared to last year, 35% increase. I'm sure that's a question we'd like to put to the Minister of Finance in our Finding Freeland exercise, but we understand, we thought it would be a freeing Freeland exercise because we thought PMO maybe was preventing her from coming, but apparently we're back to finding Freeland because we're not getting any response from her either in the House because it was another minister answering today, or through committee that she's willing to be here for 2 hours. If she could spare us 2 hours.
Members, MP Perkins, members, bells are ringing, so we will suspend.
How long were we suspending? 10 minutes?
Bells are half hour.
Chair, if I could ask, maybe there would be a unanimous.
In my presentation in the space of a few minutes. Thank you, colleagues. It's overwhelming, and I'm almost brought to tears by it, as the Minister of Finance was almost brought to tears by the presentation by former Senator Hillary Clinton on the weekend. But it doesn't quite bring me to tears, but the budget brings me to tears when I think of what it's going to cause the generations to come to have to pay. So as I went over before a couple of these respites here, my view is that the government, the Liberal government's inflation tax, which I outlined all the reasons for, is eating into the paychecks of the middle class at an alarming rate that's causing people severe problems. And the real-world consequences of the reckless spending decisions, including personal ones. And I would like to understand if the Minister of Finance, in her budget allocations for the Privy Council office, did budget for $6,000 a night hotel rooms in London. We don't know what the latest one, that was for the Queen's funeral. We don't know what the latest was. I'm sure the Prime Minister, while he was there for King Charles' coronation, stayed in the Holiday Inn. And Katy Perry may have been there, yes. And $9,000 a night for a holiday in Jamaica. Well, sorry, that would have been in a budget because it was a free gift to the Prime Minister. I'm sorry. That would probably be an inappropriate question for the Minister of Finance. She would not have budgeted for that because that would mean that the Prime Minister either had taxpayers pay for it or perhaps pay for it himself, neither of which happened. Instead, the Prime Minister chose a family friend to room with at $9,000 a night. Instead of creating more cash, the cash that people need, and more of what cash buys, we have the situation where paychecks are stressed and have less buying power. But when we're in power, that, of course, will change, and we'll remove government gatekeepers, and we'll get more homes built, and we'll cut the carbon tax and reduce the cost of living. And if you think those are just buzzwords, like I said, let me just take a moment, if I could, to quote from you from the first quarter of 2023 Canadian Survey of Consumer Expectations from the Bank of Canada. The Bank of Canada, the independent monetary advisor and manager for our country, who has no oar in the water, has no stick in the game of this decision on public policy, on fiscal policy, as in a political partisan way. Let me just read to you some of this. Was released, its results of the first quarter survey, volume 4.1, April 3rd, 2023. And the survey that they did of consumers on their confidence took place between January 27th and February 16th, 2023. And there were some follow-up interviews to make and round this report out that were done in March, so not that long ago. So these are quotes from this report. On the overview, first of all, most consumers think the bank's ability to get inflation back in target is hampered by high government spending. Public is smart. They see what's going on. The Bank of Canada's report goes on to say high inflation and rising interest rates are putting pressures on consumers, and particularly on mortgage holders. This is not me. This is not our leader. This is the Bank of Canada, and this budget is key to this in terms of pouring $3.1 trillion on the gasoline fire of the Liberal Party inflation. The report goes on to say most Canadians see a recession. They see a recession as the most likely scenario for the economy. So the record increases in 35% increase in food banks, not a record they aspire to, has generated such confidence in Canadian consumers that Canadian consumers actually think in the next 12 months we're going to be in a recession. And who am I to disagree with that. I think they're absolutely right. The people are always right, and they have a sense of what's going on first, even if the government does not. And respondents expect inflation to slow for goods such as gasoline and vehicles. We haven't seen that yet, but while their inflation expectations for goods have fallen, consumers continue to be frustrated by high food prices at grocery stores. One respondent said, quote, "Food prices create a lot of stress," end of quote, "and this bothers me the most." Another said, in quotes, "Even the prices for specials are too high." And isn't that right? In contrast, it goes on to say, many also think the high government spending, including spending following the outbreak of COVID, not during COVID, but high government spending after COVID, may affect the bank's ability to get inflation to the target for 3 years or more. That's a pretty pessimistic view that people have, that the government spending, and remember, at the time that this survey was done of consumers by the Bank of Canada, they hadn't seen this budget. They're still thinking that they should believe what the Minister of Finance said in the economic statement, that within 5 years we would have a balanced budget, and they were still feeling pessimistic about what would happen on government spending. But let me repeat that again. Imagine, though, what that would be if they had done the survey now and found out that not only does the Minister of Finance not ever project a balanced budget, but the Liberal Party passed a policy ordering them to never have a balanced budget. It blows the mind. So that's why many, as this says, many also think that high government spending, including spending following the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, may affect the ability of the Bank of Canada to get inflation to target for 3 years or more. That's a pretty sorry state of things. The report then goes on, and I am sparing you a lot of other things that are very good reading in this, and I would encourage everyone, especially the government members of Parliament, to read it. It goes on to say, under a title, "The Impact of Monetary Policy on Spending is Broadening to Services." It says, High inflation is negatively impacting household finances, and rising interest rates are adding pressure. Compared to how consumers viewed their financial position during the 2017-2018 cycle of policy rate tightening, more than twice as many now say they are financially worse off. Consumers also feel they are less able to access credit and that the chance that they will default on their borrowing has increased. Some Canadians, particularly Indigenous people and holders of variable rate mortgages, are more likely than others to say they are negatively affected. So this is the Bank of Canada's survey of consumers saying that they are worse off today than they were in 2017 or 2018. Now, I know members of Parliament always care about re-election. That's something that should stick in the craw of Liberal MPs. If they want to get re-elected, they're going to have to face an electorate that actually thinks they're worse off than they were before the 2019 election, let alone the balanced budget halcyon days of 2015 with the Harper government. The Bank of Canada goes on to say in their consumer report that just came out in April, consumers are noticing the impacts of high inflation and rising interest rates on their spending plans. And these impacts are broadening to include spending on services. About 1/3 of consumers expect to travel less often, eat out less often, and enjoy fewer paid entertainment and social activities in the next 12 months than they did in the previous 12 months. And we know from other reports that on the lower end of the income scale, people are actually putting water in milk for their children, and they're choosing which bill to pay each period because they can't pay all their bills every month like they used to only a few years ago. The report goes on to say this is largely because of the high prices of these services and other essential purchases. In quotes, due to higher interest rates and higher inflation, we are not eating out as much, said one consumer. Another reported, I am now more willing to say yes to traveling, but I have less opportunity to do so with higher interest rates. And some people in my riding report to me that they can't afford the gas to travel 20 kilometers to visit their parents anymore, that they're on a fixed income, they're on Canada Disability, and they can't even see their own parents, or that the parents can't even go see their children or grandchildren because it's been too expensive to drive the few kilometers to their children's house. The report on page 11 of 19 of this Bank of Canada report on the state of consumer confidence in Canada, released in April, says high interest rates and high inflation, there we go again, the magic combo of just inflation, is more than just inflation, it's also just higher interest rates, are not impacting households evenly. And this is critical. Consumers with variable rate mortgages and those in equity-deserving groups, brackets such as Indigenous people, people with disabilities, and racialized people, end of brackets, are more likely to cite being negatively affected than other consumers, including renters and homeowners without mortgages. So here you go. The Liberal government policies, they stand up and claim that they've helped people out of poverty. This survey says people on the lower income side and the middle class who were those aspiring to get in the middle class, as the Prime Minister used to say, are no longer aspiring to get in the middle class. They're aspiring just to pay their bills in the lower income side. And this government's policies are impacting lower income people more dramatically. The report goes on to say respondents who have become worse off are showing more distress than other Canadians across several dimensions. These consumers are more likely to report, one, that spending and savings less in response to interest rate increases and higher inflation, that they're facing a financial position that is worse than 12 months ago, and that will be even worse 12 months from now, finding that credit is harder to access now than it was 12 months ago, and that will be even harder in the next 12 months. Compared to other individuals, respondents who have been negatively affected also expect the following four things: a great chance of defaulting on their debt payments in the next 3 months, a greater chance of losing their job in the next 3 months, more of a decline in what they earn when compared to with inflation, and fourth, more of a decline in their real spending. These are real problems that real people face who haven't lived on a trust fund all their life, that have to worry about paying their mortgages every day. And it's why we need to be able to question the minister for 2 hours. Personally, I think we should spend a day questioning her in this committee. I think the opposition is being generous at limiting it to 2 hours for this minister, given all she has to account for. The report goes on, and this is probably the end of the quotes that I'll use from the report for this part of my presentation. Most respondents expect a recession in the next 12 months. Quotes, we are feeling more stress with the interest rates and perhaps still going up. It's hard to see where things are going. So we are trying to save more because we don't know if we're going to be able to afford things. It's in our minds a lot. If you've ever had to worry and have sleepless nights for paying your mortgage, how are you going to put food on the table for your kids? These are very, very difficult times. And the proof is in the pudding, because Canada's largest financial institution is the Royal Bank of Canada, as we all know. They're in almost every community across Canada. And the Royal Bank on May 3rd, so hot off the presses, issued a document they call Proof Point. Probably a pretty good title. Proof Point. More Canadians to fall behind on debt payments, but some will manage. So the first bullet point here says a looming recession. So here you have the confidence index from the Bank of Canada saying there's a looming recession in the minds of Canadians. And here you have the Royal Bank of Canada saying a looming recession and an unemployment rate projected to climb to 6.6% by 2024. And I'll remind you, the budget says 6.2%, so it only took them a month to be wrong, the government. A looming recession and an unemployment rate projected to climb to 6.6% by early 2024 are set up to tip more Canadians into loan delinquencies and insolvencies. The bank goes on to say, with massive pandemic-related support measures largely over and living costs now soaring, mortgage delinquencies could rise by more than a third of current levels over the coming year. Imagine that. More than a third of current levels. That's delinquency rates are people falling behind on the verge of losing their house because of this budget. And the minister needs to answer in committee for that. Consumers, the Royal Bank goes on to say, May 3rd, hot off the presses, consumer insolvencies could increase almost 30%. 30% over the next 3 years, 30%, returning to pre-pandemic levels, likely remaining on an upward trajectory after that. Consumer insolvencies are going to increase to 30% and go on an upward trajectory. That's not a statistic I think any government should be proud of.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
I just wanted to let you know, I don't believe we have UC to continue at this point because we said only 15 minutes, correct? Is that right?
Yeah, we said approximately 15 minutes. Yeah. Okay. So members, we'll be back right after the vote. We're suspended. that's coming from.
Mr. Couric, I'd just like to note, since you're not in the room, that I'd like to be added to the speaking list.
Okay, Mr. Couric, I'll add you to the speaking list. I've got, on the speaking list, just as a refresher, I've got MP Perkins, MP Morantz, MP Lawrence, MP Morantz again, and then MP Couric. And again, just to refocus everybody, what we're doing right now is that we are discussing a sub-amendment to MP Blakey's amendment to the main motion that reads that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on the bill and that this appearance be scheduled on or before May 18th, 2023. MP Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you're summarizing where we are in terms of what the ask is in terms of trying to, as we put it, find Freeland and have the Minister of Finance appear for 2 hours on her budget implementation bill that amends 51 acts of the Government of Canada, a number of which are not related to actual revenue or expenses of the government. And where I left off before the vote, Mr. Chair, was discussing the issue of how the budgetary spending in this bill is impacting not only the confidence of Canadians going forward and their feeling that we will be in a recession within 12 months, according to the Bank of Canada, but how it is impacting particularly those on the lower income side of Canada being disproportionately hurt by the high inflation, high interest rate environment that this spending has been a major contributor to. And I was I was citing as some of the economic statistics on this after having gone through a few of the highlights from the Bank of Canada's most recent report, is hot off the presses report from the Royal Bank of Canada called Proof Point, More Canadians to Fall Behind on Debt Payments. And it's written by two of the Royal Bank's economists, Robert Hogue and Michel Liu, May 3rd, 2023. And I was summarizing that the first point was that a looming recession, according to them, is projected as unemployment is projected to rise from its current about 5% to 6.6% by early 2024, according to the Royal Bank of Canada. And that most disturbingly, as a result of the financial plan of this Liberal government and our search to finding Freeland to get answers to why this is a good approach, is that consumers, the Royal Bank projects, are going to have an increase in insolvency of almost 30% over the next 3 years. That's people defaulting on credit cards, mortgage rates, bank loans, that kind of thing. And they put in this that there were some gains. They call this the bottom line on the front side. The noticeable improvement in Canadians' finances in the aggregate early in the pandemic wasn't sustainable. And most of that was caused by cash payments being given to people who, yes, who needed it, and in a lot of cases, people who didn't need it, and businesses who didn't need it. And the government spending about half, or over $200 million during the pandemic, on things that were not pandemic related. So the report goes on to say those gains are now reversing and will likely erode further amid a softening economy and higher interest rates. The Royal Bank on May 3rd goes on to say that a booming housing market put mortgage debt on a fast track. By late 2021, Canadian household debt to income ratio had exceeded the pre-pandemic levels. And the next section is called Cracks Are Beginning to Form, and that's a typical banker understatement, I think, is to saying they're beginning to form. The bank goes on to say over the last year, the burden of the debt has grown even heavier for Canadian households. They go on to say, the Royal Bank, that these developments have caused an increasing number of Canadians to fall behind on debt service payments that have suddenly swelled. And they've swelled, of course, because of interest rates. The report goes on to say that the rate of consumer 90-plus days late on their debt service payments has risen for installment loans. Installment loans are things like, according to this report, typically used for one-off purposes like home renovations, unexpected emergencies, and debt consolidation. That the rate of consumer loans that are 90% plus in arrears have risen in this area. So credit cards, auto loans, and more recently, they're now seeing lines of credit. Lines of credit are based on your house. So when people are starting to dip into their lines of credit to pay groceries, to pay heating costs, to pay increased mortgage costs, it's using a credit card to pay for the other credit card bills. That is an inevitable economic spiral downhill, particularly with these higher interest rates caused by the $3.1 trillion of spending that this budget implementation bill sets out. A looming recession, the report says, a looming recession and the ongoing effect of higher interest rates will only add stress in the period ahead. The modest contraction we expect for Canadian economy will likely trigger job losses, according to the Royal Bank. We project our national unemployment rate will rise from the current 5% to 6.6% in the first quarter of 2024. Historically, the loss of a job, understandably, the loss of a job has been one of the principal factors contributing to loan delinquencies and consumer insolvencies in Canada. The next section goes on to say, ask the question and pose a legitimate question that I think all Canadians are asking, which is, how much more challenging will it get for me? The report says rising unemployment could push a growing number of Canadians into insolvency over the coming year, though higher interest rates and heavier debt service loads would likely contribute too. And remember, we've seen other reports from other companies stating that more than half of Canadians are only $200 away every month from not being able to pay their bills. And you get a spike in interest rates, whether it's your mortgage, whether it's the increased cost in housing, whether it's the annual 10% that seems regularized under this government, increase in food inflation. Something's got to give for people, and we start to see, it's obviously, now you pile on top of that, forecasted rise in unemployment from 5 to 6.5%. That's a lot of Canadians losing their job and unable to pay their bills. The bank goes on to say in this report, we expect the household debt to service ratio to rise more than 1 percentage point over the next year to a historical high of 15.5% by 2024 Q4. Consumer insolvencies could rise almost 30% over the next 3 years, according to the Royal Bank's analysis. This is obviously a massive concern for those who are in public office, who actually will see more traffic, more people coming into our office, looking to their members of parliament for help as they have to sell their house or no longer have a house and can't afford to even live where they are. And that's why ministerial accountability is so critical in this discussion of the amendment. So earlier today, I was giving those watching a little bit of guidance about what the Treasury Board of Canada, the spending arm of Canada, says are the review of responsibilities and accountabilities of ministers. Ministers obviously have to be held account by Parliament. It's a fundamental tenet of our Westminster system. And for the interpreters, just so they know what page I'm starting on of this document, page 9 in English, on the top of the title of it says, "The Role of Parliament in the accountability regime. So it starts off by saying that this section provides an overview of the role of Parliament, the role that Parliament plays in the accountability regime, specifically in relation to financial management. It highlights Parliament's involvement in the assignment of responsibility through its legislative role, explains the key mechanisms that Parliament uses to hold government to account, and sets out the limit of Parliament's role in sanctioning ministers. In the course of explaining the practices of parliamentary scrutiny, something we're trying to get to here, parliamentary scrutiny of this spending plan, the key principles of collective and individual responsibility and the autonomy of public servants are spelled out, and certain misconceptions are addressed. This section makes it clear that accountability is a shared relationship between Parliament and ministers, an important point, that it's shared between Parliament and ministers, that it's fundamentally political, that means the elected office in this context are fundamentally responsible, and 3, depends on the neutrality of the public service for its efficacy. So, Section 2.1, Parliament and the Assignment of Responsibility, and this is a Treasury Board guideline to ministers. Parliament is the primary guarantor of the government's political accountability in a responsible government. And it has a footnote here, 5. It says, and if you read the footnote, it says the primary guarantor of legal accountability is the judiciary, as we know, which this government has tried to interfere with a few times. The report from Treasury Board goes on to say the direct accountability of ministers to the House of Commons is a central feature of this system, and its efficacy depends heavily on the will and capacity of the House to hold ministers accountable. Let me read that one again.
I think you should.
Its efficacy depends heavily on the will and capacity of the House to hold ministers accountable. Well, we know this committee, as an instrument of the House of Commons, has the will, at least on the opposition side, to hold the minister to account. We know that the House in session, in our tools like question period from the opposition side, has the will to hold the minister to account. But 6 days of work in the House by the Minister of Finance since January, it makes it difficult for parliamentarians to do the work that people sent us here to do, which is to hold the minister to account for the most fundamental thing. We often get emails, I'm going to digress here a little for the translators, we often get emails on our side, and I'm sure the government side too, who are, I can see, listening intently, we often get emails asking us to make sure that there's a vote of confidence in the government. And so that people watching know every budget bill, every budget bill, every money bill of Parliament is a vote of confidence automatically in the government.
Why is that important?
And it's important because if the government doesn't have the confidence of the House to spend the people's money, then it has to go to an election to seek a new mandate. And so the budget that we're dealing here with, C-47, is a confidence vote. So in determining whether or not and how we should vote in this budget on the next stages, once it comes out of committee, we need to hold the minister accountable, get answers, and make a determination as parliamentarians of whether the government still has the confidence of the House in our decision on how to vote on that. I know that, for example, the supply agreement, as it's called, between the NDP and Liberals, requires the NDP to vote with the government on this, even if the NDP, and I'm sure some of the NDP members are not happy with this budget. I'm sure some of them are not happy with the fact that their supply agreement says there should be a pharmacare program, but there isn't one in this budget. I'm sure some of them are not happy with the fact that truly this is not a dental care program. It's just a check that goes out and not a true dental care program covering the large costs that people have. I'm sure if they were not bound by this supply arrangement, that some of the members, in hearing the minister's answers, if the minister comes to this committee for 2 hours at least to deal with this half a trillion dollar spending plan budget for the annually, that they would ask some of these questions and hold the minister to account. And perhaps if they were truly free members of parliament, they would be willing to actually look objectively at this budget and not be bound by what their whip tells them they have to do because of the supply agreement with the Liberals, and would actually vote against this budget. But alas, I fear that that's probably not going to be the case, that the independence of the NDP disappeared in the supply agreement. So the assignment of responsibility to Parliament is key. It goes on to say in this report, however, although Parliament is sovereign, it does not exercise executive authority. Of course, executive authority rests with Cabinet, not with Parliament. Let me read that again. It's the responsibility, of course, we said earlier, of ministers individually and collectively to look after the executive branch of the government. It goes on to say, as chair of the Public Accounts Committee recently put it, quotes, Parliament is not an institution of management. Parliament is an institution of accountability. We're not here to run the government. We're here to hold the government accountable for the way they run themselves. And there's a footnote here on that, number 6. Oh, wow, look at that. John Williams, MP, Public Accounts testimony in May 6, 2004. I believe he was a Liberal member of Parliament, was he not, John Williams?
John Williams.
It's before my time in the House. We'll just check that one.
Not John Williamson.
Not John Williamson, John Williams, MP. Public Accounts Committee testimony in 2004. That said, parliamentary committees can obviously contribute significantly to policy development through debate and discussion.
He was a conservative.
He was well, there you have it. A conservative actually said that Parliament is not an institution of management. Parliament is an institution of accountability. We're not here to run the government as opposition. We're here to hold the government accountable for the way they run themselves. So those are key. That's a key principle. Fine Edmontonian John Williams was, and a fine representative of his community, obviously very respectful of the role of accountability in Parliament, the role that members of Parliament play, and the role of ministers being accountable. While the organization, the report goes on to say on page 10 at the top, while the organization of the ministry and the corresponding organization of portfolios is one of defining responsibilities of the Prime Minister, Parliament plays a key role in that assignment of ministerial responsibility. In Canada, Canadian practice, departmental acts, which are passed by Parliament, characteristically set out a number of important provisions that help define those ministerial responsibilities. And as we know, Bill C-47 here that we want the minister to answer for amends 51 acts of Parliament. Perhaps we should have the whole cabinet here through a series of meetings to hold themselves accountable for the parts of the acts they are responsible for that this bill does. Well, there was a promise. I am told. I was in private life then, busy running a retail chain. I was in private life then, but in 2015, I understand that the now Prime Minister, then leader of the Liberal Party, promised not to do these kinds of bills that take a budget bill and add in amendments to the criminal code, amendments to the Oceans Protection Act, things that have nothing to do with the budget. He would never do that. But, you know, promise made, promise broken. That's what we've come to expect from this government. This act goes on to say, this report from Treasury Board goes on to say on page 10, they being the departmental, Parliament, and and ministry. They provide for the appointment of a minister, set out, these are the acts, set out the powers, the duties, and functions for which the minister is responsible, and give the minister responsibility for the overall direction and management of the department's financial and public resources. And as we know from the Minister of Finance's mandate letter, we only know this from the letter because in the last 6 months we've been unable to get the minister to accept the invitations of the Finance Committee. But theoretically, the minister's letter says, at least in print, that the minister is to be accountable to Parliament both individually for style and leadership and performance, your responsibility, and collectively to support the ministers, and that the minister is to be available to answer questions to Parliament. What a concept. So the Treasury Board report on ministerial responsibility goes on to say that Parliament has also approved the Financial Administration Act. So for those of you who don't know, that's the act that allows and sets out the parameters of how the government collects and spends money. So how it collects and spends your money, and when they spend more than they collect from you, how they borrow money. It provides them with their credit card authority. That obviously is the responsibility of the Minister of Finance, the very heart of our issue here today. This act is the cornerstone of the legal framework for general financial management and accounting of public service organizations. It describes the manner in which the government spending may be approved, expenditures made, revenues obtained, and the funds borrowed, as I said. It provides it's almost like I had read this before. Perhaps some of the ministers should have read it. It provides a procedure for the internal control of funds allocated to departments and agencies by Parliament, and for the preparation of the Public Accounts of Canada, which contain the government's annual statement of revenue and expenditures. The report goes on to say the Financial Administration Act assigns rights and duties to ministers and directly to deputy heads in relation to the organizations they manage. These rights and duties include the obligation for a deputy head to establish procedures and maintain records respecting the control of financial commitments chargeable to the public funds. The fact that only a minister or his or her delegate can request the issuance of a payment, and that before a payment is issued in return for work, goods, or services, the deputy minister, brackets, or another delegate, must certify that the work has been performed, the goods received, or the services rendered. Ministers remain individually and collectively responsible for their statutory duties and accountable to Parliament, ACC, OUNTABL, that's how you spell the word accountable, accountable
MP
to
Perkins, we just need to suspend here for a couple of minutes. We'll be back.
remain individually and collectively responsible for their statutory duties, accountable to Parliament and the Prime Minister for the stewardship of the resources and exercise of power assigned to them. It goes on to say at the bottom of the page, collective ministerial responsibility refers to the convention requiring coherence and discipline of the ministry in deciding policy, managing government operations, and speaking to Parliament with a single voice. It's a team sport, as we know. Sorry, it doesn't say it's a team sport, as we know in the Treasury Board guidelines. That was editorializing. An important manifestation of this principle is the requirement of cabinet solidarity. While ministers engage in full and frank discussion of proposals in cabinet, and once decision is taken, all ministers must be prepared to support it publicly or resign. The decisions of cabinet, so by that convention, I take it that the entire ministry is supportive of never balancing the budget. The entire cabinet is supportive of a piece of legislation that is omnibus and amends acts unrelated to the raising or spending of money. The last sentence on this page says the decisions of cabinet have mostly political and administrative effect, and their implementation is left largely to the minister or ministers directly responsible. Thus, accountability for specific policies the accountability for specific policy details of this framework are provided in another section. The measures to be taken and strengthen accountability are included in the report, Management and the Government of Canada, a commitment to continuous improvement. There we have that reference again. I haven't read that document, but I'm sure it's quite enlightening. We'll go on to the next section at the bottom of page 11, which again gets to the heart of the matter, which is entitled Individual Responsibility of Ministers. In applying the concepts of responsible government to individual ministers, we see that they have a responsibility for their portfolios, which can include not only their departments, but also non-departmental organizations such as Crown corporations. Really? The Prime Minister assigns responsibility for portfolios, for the administration of various statutes, and for particular mandates within the portfolio and statutory authorities. In current Canadian practice, a minister's powers, duties, and functions in his or her department are typically set out in the departmental statute. Responsibilities thus reflect the sphere of legal authority, both statutory and non-statutory, and carries duties that must be discharged within the sphere. In a parliamentary system, the vast majority of executive actions are taken on behalf of an individual minister or ministers. Now, here we get into it. A minister's accountability to Parliament for her department means all actions of the department, whether pertaining to policy.
So, MP Perkins, we're going to suspend at this time. I think it's a good time for a bio break, a stretch break, and to give our hardworking resources that have been doing just a tremendous job a break. So we're going to do that. I'll be back by 7.
By 7.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 7? An hour?
Okay, interpreters, I hope the sound is coming through all right. And hope everybody got a good break, got a time to stretch and relax a little bit. And now we're back, and MP Perkins, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. There's two items that I'd like to bring on a point of order. First is I would appreciate an update from you, and possibly with consultations from the clerk, about whether or not the PMO has indicated that the finance minister would in fact be available for what I think has been demonstrated very specifically, be available for 2 hours to come to this committee. And certainly it would be nice, I think, for all to be able to move forward. However, the very reasonable request of the finance minister coming for 2 hours, and certainly my question through this point of order, Mr. Chair, and then after I will have one further comment to make on a further point of order. But I'm wondering.
So,
if
MP Kirk, thank you for that. Just let me update you right now. We are debating the amendment and the sub-amendment to the amendment to the main motion, and that was that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on the bill, and that this appearance be scheduled on or before May 18th. We did receive an email from the Minister. The Minister has said that she would like to appear here next Tuesday. That is May 16th, and that is where we are, MP Kirk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to qualify the response that you received from the minister, is there a commitment to ensure that she will, in fact, appear for 2 hours, as is assuming that the motion would pass, requesting that? Is there confirmation that she would, in fact, appear for those 2 hours?
So, MP Kirk, the minister has said that she will appear on May 16th.
Okay, thank you there very much, Mr. Chair. The lack of certainty in that is certainly troubling, and I imagine that Mr. Perkins in his follow-up will, I have no doubt, expand more fulsomely on that. However, I would further on a point of order, Mr. Chair. There was a recent PROC report that was tabled that did make the unanimous recommendation that that chairs do chair committee proceedings from the room. I'm just wanting to ask you, Mr. Chair, just to make sure that procedurally we are following the direction of the very capable PROC. We are. The work.
Sorry to interrupt there, MP Kirk, but we are. Yes, we are. And and who has the floor now is MP Perkins. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee members, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for summarizing where we are on the sub-amendment to the amendment for our effort to find Freeland. I hope it's not free Freeland, as we talked about earlier, that the PMO has given her the latitude to appear for 2 hours. We would like the free in Freeland, and we assume that she can make her own mind up, but we are still curious as to the Finding Freeland effort in 6 appearances in the House since January, and the lack of her willingness to accept previous very polite and well-worded invitations by this committee to appear in the last 6 months. It's very curious that the minister has chosen not to. And I think I spoke earlier of both the, before I get back into the ministerial accountability document of Treasury Board, I spoke earlier of the, in terms of accountability, the spending that this budget Bill C-47, which amends 51 acts of Parliament, imposes on Canadians and their wallets over the next 5 years, and the paycheck deterioration that we've seen as a result of the fiscal program of this Minister of Finance. And her willingness, obviously, is very important to be questioned for 2 hours, which we think is a small amount of time, given that this is a $490 billion budget at $3.1 trillion spending plan over the next 5 years, that quite frankly, in 2 hours, it will be difficult, extremely difficult, to question her on the 51 acts of the Government of Canada that this bill intends to amend. In fact, without that, I'm not sure that we could get to the creation of a new corporation, the CIC, in that time frame. I'm not sure that we could get to the creation of the yet another global investment fund. It seems like every 6 years we have a growth fund or a global investment fund or a fund of some sort that gets $15 billion. I'm sure we're not going to get to the $14 billion Volkswagen contract, since only 700, I think it was mentioned earlier, it seems awfully embarrassing for me. It actually almost brings a tear to my eye that I would say that the only thing in this 5-year fiscal framework for that $14 billion VW contract is the mere $778 million that the federal government is going to subsidize Volkswagen for to build a plant, because the $13 billion that the minister so rightly or announced so proudly, both in Ontario but also in the House, he's very proud of it, very effervescent when he talks about it. He is very proud of the fact that the $13 billion is not actually even in the fiscal framework. And actually, the spending happens further beyond this fiscal framework, and I suspect that he's hoping that as Prime Minister, the current Minister of Industry will be able to cut the ribbon on this plant and 5 years from now and actually be responsible for then providing $13 billion of subsidy. And did I mention that Volkswagen last year had the same revenue as the Government of Canada? Volkswagen's revenue last year was $413 billion. And guess what? The federal government's revenue, I believe, was $412 or $413 billion. Difference is that with Volkswagen, they actually made a $20 billion profit, I believe it was last year. With the federal government having the same revenue, they actually made a $40 billion deficit. They lost $40 billion.
Why are we subsidizing?
So, but apparently, the company with the same amount of revenue as the Government of Canada needs taxpayers to help them out. And they need them to help them out in order to build a battery factory. So the minister has not been forthcoming on the jobs, and we actually will get access this week to the contract to be able to tell. Well, that's not been, well, he has agreed to speak in camera for 2 hours.
Why in camera?
Well, he says it's commercial confidentiality, but I think the reason the minister wants to be in camera is he's actually going to be embarrassed by the fact that he claimed both in the House, and this goes to the issue of ministerial accountability, which is what this sub-amendment is about. It's about ministerial accountability. Even the Minister of Industry has said in the House that this enormous Volkswagen, unprecedented Volkswagen taxpayer subsidy by the Government of Canada has an ROI, a return on investment, as it's known, of 5 years. Now, I'm curious about that because I don't know. I did spend 20-some years in the private sector, and I know that a return on investment is you make the investment, and then you actually make a profit on that investment. Now, in order for the government to get that basic even return of that money in 5 years, the plant would actually have to be open. Because until the plant is open, the plant's not producing revenue. So I don't see on a plant that the minister, by his own words, says will take 5 years to build, how it can have a 5-year return on investment. This is the kind of question we need to ask the Minister of Finance, whether she agrees with the Minister of Industry that there is a 5-year return on investment on a $14 billion contract subsidizing a company that has the same revenue as the Government of Canada, while at the same time producing no revenue and no batteries for the next 5 years, that somehow that magically produces it. Maybe that's why we know the Minister of Industry was actually a corporate lawyer and not actually a person delivering profit and loss, a P&L statement for companies, because I think he's missed his math there. But in Industry Committee last week, we asked the minister for a copy of that ROI report, which he so proudly claimed in the House of Commons existed, that there was an ROI report, that the bureaucrats in the department had done this amazing work to say that we will get this money paid back within 5 years. And you know what the minister's answer was there? Because he actually came to committee. He did come to committee. We invited the minister to come to committee, and he came to committee. And when we posed that question to him of whether or not there was an actual report, as he claimed, he said, well, it's the Trillium report. Now, I could, if I had a computer in front of you, give you the URL for the Trillium report, but it's a report by a think tank in Ontario, as they're called, to the Ontario government about what the electronic vehicle manufacturing industry could be worth in Ontario on theoretical grounds. If the fairy dust got spread here, and the fairy dust got spread here, and we had this part of the manufacturing process here, and we had this assembly of the process here, and if the stars lined up, and if all of the things worked out, that somehow there would be this massive job creation between now and 2050 in Ontario. And you know what? I reread that report again last night in preparing for this committee, and you know what I found in that report? Yes, so the report is called Electric Vehicles, a $48 billion opportunity. It sounds like something this government would write, because the bigger the number, the more impressive the announcement is. So this report, when you read through it, I read it twice. I did a word search, which you can do on a PDF, and I didn't find the word Volkswagen once in that report. So I don't understand how the minister says that this is the report that is publicly available that supports his contention that there's a 5-year return on investment of this $14 billion investment in Volkswagen for a plant that won't even open for 5 years. And he says it's right there in that report. And I searched it. So I guess that's why we're going to have the minister back, and we will have the minister back for 2 hours to talk about this contract. And I would like to ask the Minister of Finance if she knows of a different way to calculate a return on investment. Perhaps it's not the one that they teach in business school. Perhaps it's not the one that every company uses in trying to figure out whether they should make a capital investment. Perhaps this Minister of Finance, from her journalistic career, not a business career because she didn't have one, from her journalistic career, has a different definition of what a return on investment is. Perhaps she learned it from the Prime Minister, who said that budgets balance themselves. And as we know, apparently they don't. Apparently we don't, because when you look at this very large, and I'll hold it up for people to see this very large Bill C-47, this budget implementation bill that implements 51 act changes, including to the symbol of the crown for the
Point
king.
of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
Yeah, just a quorum call, please.
Clerk, do we have a quorum?
I see Mr. Baker, Mr. Beach, Mr. Sheehan. That's 6 plus you, that's 7. Yes, there's quorum at the moment.
There's quorum. Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy there's quorum because I know when I've moved motions to adjourn and my colleagues on the Conservative side have agreed to adjourn, I've been really quite entertained by the fact that the government continues to vote against adjourning so that I can continue explaining to them all the intricacies of ministerial accountability, and I can explain to them why we need to have the minister here, like her colleague, the Minister of Industry, has done in trying to be held accountable for a $14 billion unbooked expenditure. I certainly would like to ask the Minister of Finance, besides the fact that she clearly has a different definition of return on investment. If she doesn't, maybe she should explain to the industry minister what return on investment is. But if she does have a different explanation, I'd like to know that. But I'd also like to ask her if she would show up for the 2 hours, that in the Finding Freeland effort, that we could find a way to understand what in the Financial Administration Act allows the minister to commit the government to $13 billion of spending beyond the fiscal framework for this Volkswagen thing. The minister does not have parliamentary authority to do that, because the parliamentary authority that the minister seeks with Bill C-47 is just the amendments to some financial acts and many acts that have nothing to do with the budget. The finance minister in doing this, and perhaps in Finding Freeland, maybe the minister is actually reading the act, Bill C-47, or the bill that amends these 51 acts, and doing her cross-referencing to the 51 acts to make sure that she understands and prepares herself well for the incredibly insightful questions that I think all parties will ask the minister if and when she shows on the 16th. And we'll be thrilled to have her next week on the 16th for 2 hours. For 2 hours, but for some reason, she's unwilling to commit to 2 hours, which is a small amount of time, given the fact that she has
How many minutes is that, right?
that much. It's 60 minutes. It's 60 minutes for the first hour, and it's 60 minutes for the second hour. She had 60 minutes to share on election readiness with Senator Hillary Clinton on the weekend, but didn't have 60 additional 60 minutes.
How many do you think she spent with Liberal donors?
Well, you know, when conventions happen, we know that there are a lot of people who belong to the Laurier Club that get to have special access in the Laurier Club is people who give essentially the maximum donation under law to the Liberal Party personally, and they get special access to ministers of the Crown just by being there. In fact, because they've paid the maximum donation under law, they don't even have to pay delegate fees like normal people.
Really?
Well, if you can call a Liberal delegate normal. But if they pay the maximum amount in the donation, they get to go to Laurier Club events, which, of course, the minister herself would have been there. She would be a big draw as the Minister of Finance. But, you know, we don't know how many of those events they had during the convention because Laurier events are secret. We're not known about how many Laurier events were conducted at the actual convention itself. For some reason, the Prime Minister and the President of the Liberal Party did not share the details of the Laurier Club agenda with me. So back on the issue of the bill and ministerial accountability, it's so key. As the Prime Minister's letter on her mandate, and he made a big deal, the Prime Minister, out of making these mandate letters public. You know, these never used to be public. These never used to be public. Prime Ministers have always given mandate letters, and this minister, Prime Minister, in the context of supposedly open, transparent, and accountable government, said this. And this letter says that the ministers have to familiarize themselves with open and accountable government, which sets out the core principles and standards of conduct expected of you in office. And when you read that interesting document, it says that it was issued in 2015. It says that ministers have to be available and open and attend Parliament and respond to questions. Now, it doesn't say answer questions, because, you know, they knew ahead of time that answering questions was not something they wanted to do. They just wanted to respond to questions, which, you know, is different. I could get into the Webster Dictionary difference on that, but I think most people who are watching and listening probably understand the difference on that. So that's why we're into this, and that's why these documents are very important, particularly this document from Treasury Board that is an additional guide to the open and accountable document ministers are supposed to be responsible for that was issued by this Prime Minister in 2015. This is the Treasury Board guidelines, the Treasury Board guidelines for ministerial accountability. And where I left off was on page 10. I'll leave out and not finish the last sentence of the paragraph I was on, although it's
Shame.
okay, by popular demand.
Thank you.
By popular demand. I will repeat the last sentence before I go on to the next section of page 10. And the last sentence says, ministers remain
New members.
individually, well, there may be new viewers, because
Could you tell how many pages there are here in total?
I've been asked how many pages there are in this document. Apparently there's 55. So we're on page 10. And for those who have joined tonight, I mean, I did a matinee show today. And now I've got my evening thing. Now, usually you repeat the show when you have a matinee and an evening. But I'm not going to repeat the show. That would be against the rules. So I'm going to continue with the document that's before us that Treasury Board, I think, has set out for ministers to read. I'm hoping it was in their briefing books when they got sworn in. I know it was in ours when we got in, so that we could understand ministerial accountability, and as parliamentarians, how we would hold those ministers to account based on what Treasury Board and the Government of Canada expects. So page 10, that second last paragraph, the sentence that I read before, but I'll read again just to do continuity. Ministers remain individually and collectively responsible for their statutory duties and accountable to Parliament. And that's where we stopped off before the break. Accountable to Parliament, it was actually a pretty good place to stop, but it then goes on to say, and the Prime Minister for the stewardship of the resources and exercise of powers assigned to them. Now, I will actually spare members, because I know some of the members probably don't need to know about collective responsibility of Cabinet. That's the next couple of paragraphs in this report. I can circulate it, Mr. Chair, and table it in the committee if you would like, so that ministers can read the collective responsibility of Cabinet in their leisure. The collective responsibility, of course, is the idea that is the same in a corporation, which is that you, as a collective group, a management team, you make a decision, and you're expected to, regardless of what your view privately of that decision is, go out and support that publicly. And if you're not supportive of it and you just can't do it, you can do as the Right Honourable John Turner did in the 1970s. And you can resign from Cabinet so that you are free to speak your mind. And I'm being asked, what did John Turner resign over? John Turner resigned over the issue of deficit spending by Pierre Trudeau. A Liberal of principle, about as rare as a sighting as finding Freeland. And so I will skip that collective responsibility section. I'll go on to the next section on page 11 for the translators. It's entitled Individual Responsibility of Ministers. This is really to the crux of the sub-amendment and amendment which deal with ministerial accountability before this committee, a committee of the Parliament of Canada. In applying the concepts of responsible government to individual ministers, we see that they have responsibility, that's spelled RESPONSIBILITY for those following at home, for their portfolios, which can include not only their departments, but also non-departmental organizations such as Crown corporations. I think we've seen some of this before in some of the reports. So we know that Crown corporations report to various ministers, Minister of Transport, Minister of Finance, etc., have various Crown corporations and duties they're responsible for. There's a whole bunch of stuff here about legal authority, but the second paragraph under that section, individual responsibility for ministers, Treasury Board writes this. A minister's accountability to Parliament for his or her department means that all actions of the department, whether pertaining to policy administration, whether taken by the minister personally or by unelected officials under the minister's authority, or under authorities vested in those officials directly by statute, are considered to be those that the minister is responsible for. If Parliament has questions or concerns, the minister must, the word must, it's not may, perhaps occasionally, doesn't say show up once a month. It says the minister must address them, providing whatever information and explanations are necessary and appropriate. It says in brackets, this means that accountability always includes answerability. So that's what we're looking for, is answerability in this committee of the Minister of Finance to $3.1 trillion. Answerability for the doubling of housing and renting prices. Answerability for the 10% now seems annualized and regularized increase in food prices. Answerability why spending $3.1 trillion more and never, ever balancing the budget as the party dictated to the minister is in the interest or will bring down inflation. How spending more and putting more money into the economy from the government, how taking more money from taxpayers and then borrowing more money on top of that, how that actually reduces inflation. Because that's a new economic theory that's new to me. I mean, it is a little while since I was in university. I did my MBA not too long ago, but I didn't see that in any of the economic texts, that government actually spending more money reduces inflation. So it would be an interesting question. Under this provision at Treasury Board that says this means accountability always includes answerability. So here it says answerability, so responses are supposed to be answers. I'll leave your judgment if you watch question period whether the government adheres to that guideline from Treasury Board. It goes on to say if something has gone wrong, sometimes those things happen, sometimes departments do things wrong. If something has gone wrong, the minister must undertake before Parliament to see that it's corrected. And depending on the circumstances, if the problem could have been avoided had the minister acted differently. Oh, that's an important part of ministerial accountability. When the minister or the department makes mistakes, parliamentary committees and Parliament itself, the House of Commons question period, are seeking answers as to whether that mistake could have been avoided in the first place. This is very important. It's an essential manual, I think, for ministers to read. I'm surprised they presumably haven't met it. You know what it says next? If that mistake is made, as Treasury Board says, and that there could have been a different decision or outcome by the minister, what the next line says is the minister may be required to accept the personal consequences. Really? The personal consequences. Generally, in a Westminster system, accepting personal consequences, not experiencing it differently, not at all, no, experiencing it the same way. If the minister is responsible for the department, then the minister must do the consequences for their actions. And one of the actions that we've seen lately is that the Minister of Finance has supported her cabinet colleague in sole sourcing contracts to her campaign staff, her personal friends, to do media training. Perhaps the media trainers should have gone over what would face the minister should she sole source contracts to a personal friend. That might have been a good preparation for the minister to do in preparation for being held accountable in the House. Now, did that minister resign? We've had ministers resign for a lot less. We've had ministers resign for things that cost less than $20. We had Minister Boudria in the Chrétien government. I digress on these things, but I remember these things. We had Minister Boudria resign from the Chrétien government because he took a free night at the Chateau Montebello. And some of the members here may have experienced a wonderful weekend not far from here on the Quebec side of the Ottawa River at the Chateau Montebello, where Pierre Trudeau held the 1980 G7 Economic Summit. It's a beautiful place. And Don Boudria took that free night and resigned. A couple $100. But when a minister of this government gives tens of thousands of dollars sole source breaking contracts, the minister just says, oops, sorry. Now, is that good enough? If your children do that, do you put them in timeout, or do you just say, oh, sorry, is good enough? Well, there are consequences to actions, and that's what this says. The minister may be required to accept personal consequences. I beg I believe when they wrote this, they meant personal consequences. It wasn't just an apology. It was something more. It was standing up and saying, you know what, I erred twice. I did it. First time, mistake. Second time, it's a habit and needs to be corrected. And the best correction is to resign. But that hasn't happened for the Minister of International Trade, who used to, by the way, work in the Prime Minister's office for this Prime Minister with the person who she gave the contract to, who also used to work in this Prime Minister's office. But perhaps pomp and circumstance kept her from doing the right thing and resigning, that pomp and circumstance advised her that the best thing to do was tough it out so that pomp and circumstance could get more contracts in the future. Ministerial accountability does not require that the minister be aware of everything that takes place on the department. I will go on to say that it continues on the top of page 12 to say, to support a minister's accountability for a department, the minister and his or deputy must work together and understand the level of detail at which the minister expects to be involved in the department's work. You know, some people want to be briefed, want to know every detail of everything that's going on when you run a part of an organization. Some are happy just to, get a 2-page brief, or as Jean Chrétien required, nothing should ever go to the Prime Minister that's more than 2 pages because, well, that's the attention span. And the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, that is the current Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, said before Parliamentary Committee, because she came before Parliamentary Committee, the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister came before Parliamentary Committee for 2 hours, I believe.
Generous with their time.
And generous with their time, although the ministers of the Crown apparently, and the Deputy Prime Minister apparently doesn't have the time to go to committee to the same extent. $8 billion a minute is apparently the calculation we've done of what it would cost for the minister to come to committee. Maybe that is too much a price to pay. I don't know. But this report on page 12 says accountability and blame are different. Blame applies only if problems are attributable to the inappropriate action or inaction of the minister. I don't know. Sole source contracts to one of your best friends seems like something the minister did.
You're talking about Mary Ng there?
The Minister of International Trade and her former work colleague and good friend and campaign manager, the pomp and circumstance company, right? That's where we're full of pomp and circumstance in this government. I mean, that's how you get a $9,000 a night vacation, presumably, or a $6,000 a night hotel room in London with a butler and a piano so you can sing Bohemian Rhapsody if you are the Prime Minister of Canada, is because pomp and circumstance must have done the booking in advance on that, because why else would you use a company called Pomp and Circumstance than to go to Britain and deal with the pomp and circumstance? This goes on to say in the second paragraph that whatever the level of detail at which the minister becomes involved, the minister and deputy have a complementary responsibility to ensure appropriate systems are in place to manage the risk and problems and to correct them when they occur. Ministers are similarly accountable to the exercise of their authority by the deputy minister. And as I spoke earlier on the Al-Mashat affair, remember when I was reading from several nights ago from that excellent Library of Parliament report on ministerial accountability. Yes, and there was a discussion in that paper about Al-Mashat, the former long-serving Iraqi ambassador to the United States for Iraq during the first Gulf War. Now, I know there may be people in this room and even members of Parliament that weren't even born then.
There might be one beside
but you need to know history.
What year was that?
1991 is the year, just for clarification.
I was a toddler.
Some of the members here were toddlers, but that Gulf War was when Iraq invaded the sovereign nation of Kuwait.
Right.
And the coalition of the willing came together. And they came together under the leadership of the first President Bush and under then Prime Minister Brian Mulroney to push back a despot in Saddam Hussein out of an independent country. And Saddam Hussein's ambassador to Washington was a fellow named Al-Mashat. And Almashat decided that he wanted to emigrate to Canada. Well, who wouldn't, really? Even if you're an ambassador in Washington with the fancy life and the cars and the limos and the expense accounts that an ambassador gets, Almashat decided he wanted to come to Canada. And the immigration minister of the day, who I happened to work for, said no, but he got in anyway. And the department, and I was telling this to the Minister of Immigration today, actually, just before our vote. We were talking about ministerial accountability in the immigration department. And I informed him that the reason that all of the people in the embassies abroad now work for the immigration minister and not foreign affairs is because of this ministerial accountability issue around Almashat. Because at that time, all of the people who processed immigration applications were actually foreign service officers. So the deputy to the deputy minister, then known as the associate undersecretary, his name was Raymond Chrétien. Surprisingly, if you hadn't heard of Raymond Chrétien was the nephew of the then Liberal opposition leader, Jean Chrétien, future Prime Minister of Canada, who had decided through various Liberal channels that the best thing to do was to take Almashat and send him off to Belgium, have him processed and put in spite of the fact that the immigration minister had said no. And, you know, what the heck? What's the point of being the 2IC as the bureaucrat in charge of where foreign services officers go on their postings without having the ability to actually tell one of them what to do? So the poor immigration officer who was a foreign service officer for the Department of Foreign Affairs gets a telex, because back then it was telexes, gets a telex from the person who decides whether his next posting is Paris or Mogadishu. And
can you define what a telex is?
Yeah.
Oh, a telex.
There's some new.
I've had a request because, again, back to this thing about some of my colleagues only being a few years old in 1991. A telex was how embassies communicated to each other back then, because the internet essentially was in its infancy. And so it's like a telegram. So the guy in charge of deciding, Raymond Chrétien, the nephew of the opposition leader, decides on the request of the former Liberal ambassador to the United States, a buddy of Almashat's, a fellow named Alan Gottlieb, requests that the poor, lowly officer in the Belgium Embassy of Canada process this application. And guess what? That poor young foreign service officer didn't choose to listen to the immigration minister, who had said no to this person coming in, chose to listen to the person who decides whether or not he gets to go to Paris on his next posting. It's human nature, I guess. And so he processed him. Little did all of those people know that 1 month later, that immigration minister would become the foreign minister. And then that foreign minister would read in the Globe and Mail, much as we're reading today about China interference, because apparently the Globe and Mail learns about it before the Prime Minister. The Globe and Mail then published a report that said that this, in the middle of a war with Iraq, Canada had allowed their ambassador into Canada and given him landed immigrant status. Phenomenal, really, when you think about it. And the immigration minister said no. So what is a minister in accountability supposed to do? And the minister, and this is really what this is about, the issue of ministerial accountability. And the ministers of the day said, and this is why it was in that insightful Library of Parliament report, which I think the library, because of my interventions the other night and again today, will probably want to revise this report to include more detail on this initiative, and certainly be willing to spend time with them to explain it. And the minister of the day is still alive. Her name was Barbara McDougall. I can't go without a statement here without mentioning that the Honourable Barbara McDougall, who happened to be my boss back then, experienced this. And no, she didn't experience it differently. It was, well, I guess she did. As immigration minister, she said no, but the department and the bureaucrats in external affairs experienced that command by the immigration minister differently and said yes. And so the Minister of Immigration, as I was explaining to our current Minister of Immigration today in question period, the new foreign minister said, you know what, I'm never going to let this happen again, and made all those foreign service officers now no longer diplomats with all the status that comes with diplomats. They are now, and have been ever since, employees of the Department of Immigration. So they weren't happy about that, but they are now immigration and still are. And the reason that our current Minister of Immigration has an accountable task force of people throughout the world to execute on his strategy and this government strategy on immigration and to implement the exceptional processing of immigration in Canada that has led to 2.4 million people being in our backlog. And that exceptional efficiency is because the minister has clearly marshaled his resources accordingly. But he has all of these resources around the world. And you know what he has that they didn't have back then? He has computers. He has computers and internet and things like that to actually keep back. Back then, everything was done by paper. Sure. The immigration backlog back then, when we were allowing 200,000 people into the country, the immigration backlog was 40,000 people. Can you imagine a world with only 40,000 people? I think the Minister of Immigration should be added to this motion to account in this budget for the changes, because there are changes in this omnibus bill to immigration rules and citizenship, and I don't know how we're going to get through this in 2 hours. But that is a bit of a digression from the Treasury Board report. So I will skip down a few paragraphs in the interest of time. On page 12, to the second last paragraph for the translators that said, ministers are said to be answerable as opposed to accountable with regard to the day-to-day operations of arm's-length organizations in this portfolio. This means, for example, that if questions were raised in the House, it's hard to raise questions in the House in our search for finding Freeland, 6 days and 6 months, or 5 months, sorry, do my count right. You know, I was trying to figure out yesterday why the minister was there in the House. And it dawned on me. I looked at my calendar, and you know what happened between last week and this week? It's a new month. It's the month of May. So it's the monthly appearance of the finance minister. And it sounds like, she's promising at least, that this may be an unusual month of May. The merry month of May, as it's called in the song in Camelot. In the merry month of May, we're going to have a second presence of the minister, at least for an hour anyway, or as one committee member on the government side put, that she has been here in the past for at least an hour. I don't know, maybe she misspoke, because I don't think she's ever been here for more than an hour. So the proper English explanation of that would be that she was here for an hour if we're to be factually correct. And we're just looking for 2 hours. It's a small amount to be worried about. The last paragraph on this page 12 says an important dimension of accountability is the capacity to respond when issues arise. 51 acts being amended is an issue that has arisen, so the dimension of accountability obviously is important according to Treasury Board. Accordingly, with respect to matters arising under the watch of a previous minister, well, that's not the case here. The current minister, rather than the previous minister, is accountable for answering the House. We see that every day, obviously, with some of the issues going back with the Minister of Public Safety. So, because some of these things go back to the previous Minister of Public Safety, who sits silently in the House, as the current minister, sadly, has to defend that record. The previous minister used to be the police chief of Toronto. You don't hear much of him. No, you don't hear much of him, although, you know, while he was police chief of Toronto, it was said that he was in the pocket of the union. That he was totally in the pocket of the union. Wasn't much of management. And we see that, I see that every day as the shadow minister for innovation, science, and industry with my counterpart minister. I see that he has actually said, contrary to this, when asked about why this government approved without a detailed national security review, the takeover of Canada's only lithium mine that produces lithium, a critical mineral in the green strategy of this government, that they approved in 2019, the takeover of that mine by a Chinese state company, but not even anything. But 100% of the production of that Manitoba mine goes directly to China. So much for the critical mineral strategy of this Minister of Industry. And when I've asked him about it, he said, well, that wasn't me. That was the other guy who happens to be working at Rogers now on a big fat paycheck. So, but he said that before. So when I asked him, why then did the government allow for China to acquire a company out of Vancouver called Norsat, which also owns a company in Toronto called Sinclair Technologies, who are both critical telecommunications companies. And when in 2017, the government of Canada, the previous Minister of Industry, allowed that to be taken over by a company called Hytera. Now, you know where Hytera is based. I know you guys know, but I'll just say it for all those watching. It's based in Beijing. It's a state-owned company. So Canada allowed a critical telecommunications manufacturer in Canada, two of them, in fact, one in British Columbia and one in Toronto, to be acquired by a company called Hytera, Chinese state owner. And you know what? That previous minister never asked for a detailed national security review, which is puzzling because 2017 is the year that the supposed legislature in Beijing for the government of China passed their national security law. And you know what that national security law says? It says that if you are a resident, an individual who works or is a resident of China, or you are a company headquartered in China, it is your duty to steal all of the technology and secrets from other countries and other companies. It's your duty as a citizen. And in fact, you are breaking Chinese law if you don't do that. So in 2017, when that law passed, we then allowed them, without a national security review, to buy two telecommunications companies. So what's the effect of that? The minister, in his accountability, said, not me. That was the guy before me. The guy before him happens to have been in the same cabinet with this minister when this minister was the foreign minister. Perhaps as foreign minister during that time, he could have actually raised his hand at the cabinet table and said, wait a minute here, maybe we should do a national security review. This is about ministerial accountability and the lack thereof in this government. So now I know everybody watching and listening is enraptured by this story of the incompetence of this government in doing national security reviews and being accountable for those decisions. And decisions have consequences, intended and unintended. And the consequence of this was that this company won 2 contracts in Canada by low bids. Low bids, they won them. Government of Canada contracts. Which contracts? Let me tell you which contracts they were. Well, let me stop there before I tell you. I'm going to keep a mystery on the contracts for now. Okay. But I am going to tell you that in January 2022, Hytera, the company, the Chinese state-owned enterprise that bought these Canadian companies that was allowed to buy them without a national security review, Hytera was charged with 21 counts of espionage in the United States of America. Really? And that great conservative, that paragon of conservative values in the United States, President Joe Biden banned, I'm being corrected. Sorry. I don't want to point a order on that. I misspoke. He is a paragon of socialist, the Democratic president in the United States, a fairly left-wing fellow himself, actually banned Hytera from doing business in the United States. You know, this comes on the heels of them also banning Huawei, which is still in Canadian universities doing research projects. Perhaps the Minister of Industry and the Minister of Finance could come together to this committee on this budget presentation and explain why Huawei, contrary to what the minister says publicly, is still doing research in Canadian universities. It's incredible. We've had it in the Science and Technology Committee, testimony just 2 weeks ago on the number of projects that Huawei is involved in. But in the spirit of ministerial accountability, the Minister of Industry, who is responsible for giving Canadian taxpayer money to universities for research, says, oh, not my problem. I can't control everything the universities do, but he does control the money that goes into granting it. You know, in the 1993 election, Jean Chrétien famously said, it's easy, that helicopter deal, zero, I'll just put zero through the contract. Well, it's very easy, Minister Champagne, who represents the same riding as Jean Chrétien did, Shawinigan. He was the little guy from Shawinigan, and this is the effervescence guy from Shawinigan. All he can do is say zero contracts to Huawei in Canadian universities, just like his predecessor in that riding said with helicopters, and then ended up buying the same helicopters afterwards, costing $1 billion to break the contract, but I won't go there. So now I know everyone's waiting to find out the contracts that Hytera did, and I tell you, after they were banned in the United States, Hytera won 2 contracts in Canada. One with the RCMP. The RCMP. No, not with just Procurement Services Canada or with Immigration Canada or with Environment Canada. They won it with the RCMP, one of our primary security companies. The minister should be able to answer, I'm sure when she comes here next week, she should be able to answer why a company charged with 21 counts of espionage in the United States and banned from doing business in the United States was granted the ability to install telecommunications equipment in the RCMP across the country. Now, we did have a special meeting, and I have to say, I put forward a motion in the Industry Committee and asked the Minister of Public Safety, who does not report to the Industry Committee, to come to the Industry Committee and explain this. And you know what happened? The Minister of Public Safety came to the Industry Committee. Really? He actually showed up for questioning in the Industry Committee.
For how many hours?
I think he should give the Minister of Finance, in our effort to find Freeland, maybe he could be an ally in getting the minister to come here and finding Freeland.
In the leadership race?
But, if there is a leadership race, I think there might be a little bit of division. I could see it already. But what he did is he explained and he said, hey, Rick, good news. I know you guys raised this issue and I wasn't aware of it to this thing. I wasn't aware of it. But the good news is that the piece of equipment that Sinclair is installing was installed across the country in the RCMP, but it doesn't hook into any of our computer systems. And there was an RCMP representative with that person every time, just to make sure they didn't monkey with the RCMP security equipment.
That's good.
Now, there may be people out there that feel reassured by that, but I wasn't.
Really? No?
No, I wasn't reassured. Because I said to the minister, so let me get this straight.
That was with Frankie Bubbles.
Let me get this straight, Minister. No, it was Minister Mendocino.
Oh, okay.
I said, Minister Mendocino, you are saying that a Chinese state-owned company got access to the physical communication spaces of where all that hardware is located to the RCMP across Canada. So they may have been watched to make sure they weren't hooking or planting a bug.
That's a good idea.
But they do have GPS on their phone, and I think they could figure out exactly where the RCMP key communications equipment is if the Chinese government wanted to interfere with ours. So you think that's good news, do you, Minister?
What did he say?
Well, I've been asked what he said. He said, well, really never thought of it that way. Well, okay. So then I went on to ask, I said, well, you're also responsible, are you not, Minister, for the Canadian Border Services Agency? Again, this budget bill C-47 allocates changes to some of these security acts. And he said, yes. I said, so you're aware that the Canadian Border Service Agency bought contract from Hytera. By the way, you know how Hytera wins these government contracts? Because they're the lowest bidder. Now they're the lowest bidder. Now I looked at Hytera's financials because Hytera claims to be publicly traded on the Beijing Stock Exchange. I'm sure a stock exchange with the highest ethics in the world and securities. So when I looked at it, and the Minister of Public Safety, like anyone else, the head of the RCMP, the head of anyone else, could go on and Google it like I did. It took me about 5 minutes. It does require you to understand some basic financial definitions of numbers, like what a return on investment is, or what a capital expenditure is, or what a balance sheet or income statement is. I'm not sure every one of the ministers can do that, but let me just underscore that what that investigation for me took 10 minutes showed me, and I don't have the entire security apparatus of the Government of Canada available to me, but it showed me that Hytera does not make a profit. In fact, they lose money every year. Really? So I wonder why Hytera, if their profit motive is not the issue that drives that company, what possibly could be their other motive in wanting to own telecommunications companies in Canada and winning low-cost bidders, underbidding companies in Canada that have to bid and make a profit?
Have you considered espionage?
I have not had an opportunity to ask that question, but it is baffling that the Minister of Finance, maybe she could answer it when she comes here. Why do we think that's a good expenditure of taxpayer dollars? Because they got access to the Canadian Border Service Agency now. So now not only do they have access to the RCMP telecommunications, they have access to know where our communications facilities are and what the equipment is in the Canadian Border Service Agency, but in the guise of consistency. And I know there's an old poetic saying that says consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. So perhaps I have a little mind when it comes to consistency, but I expect consistency. So this government is consistent, I can tell you, because while we search in the Finding Freeland episode, or perhaps the Freeing Freeland episode, we're looking, I'm hoping the PMO is free Freeland so that we can find Freeland, that the Prime Minister's office has done that. But I can tell you the Minister of Industry is consistent with what we've heard with the Minister of International Trade, who I notice sits just behind him in the seat in the House, where she said, basically, oops, not my problem that I gave sole source contracts. You know what Minister Champagne said? Oh, sorry, that's the other guy, it wasn't me. I know I served in cabinet with them. I know I was around the cabinet table, and as we've heard, collective decision-making is part of the parliamentary system. Each minister is responsible for the decision that other ministers make. And we understand that that's the way it operates. But I guess in the guise of collective responsibility, we have a collective lack of responsibility. So they blame the other guy. So I'm sure we're going to hear that because Stephen Harper did not bring in a bill to prevent them from having Chinese state-owned enterprises by Canadian companies, that it's not their fault as a government, the Liberals, that they didn't do a public security check safety check on these companies. It's not their fault, because if only Stephen Harper had brought in the legislation to make sure that it was mandatory that they do it, then they would have followed the rules. But because they've been in power for 8 years, they certainly couldn't be responsible for not thinking in the last 8 years that that's something they should do. In fact, public security options and any acquisition over $512 million by a state-owned enterprise, the minister has an option. Every minister has an option. As Brian Mulroney said to John Turner in the 1984 election debate, you had an option, sir. Canadians deserve better. You could have gotten rid of the old Liberal ways. You could have brought a new standard in of ethics. And you could have said, I'm responsible for this, and I will make sure it never happens again. That every single state-owned enterprise of China gets a national security review, because first and foremost, I care about that. But why would you, if you were aware for 2 years that China had been interfering in Canadian elections had actually been intimidating the family of a member of parliament, and you did nothing about it, why would you? Apparently that's Stephen Harper's fault too. It's Stephen Harper's fault that 8 to 10 years ago, Stephen Harper didn't pass a law that compelled these Liberals to actually say when a member of parliament is intimidated by a foreign country, you're compelled to actually tell them about it. You can't just sit on it and benefit from that in an election. You have to actually do something about it. In the 8 years that this government's been in power, they chose not to do that. So we know that every sparrow that falls from the sky for this government is Stephen Harper's fault, and I would like to lay claim to that quote. But that quote actually comes from a member of parliament named Roy McLaren, a good Liberal and a former trade minister under the Trudeau era, who during the free trade debate in 1989 said, in a rare show of honesty for a Liberal in the House of Commons, said that we will blame every sparrow that falls from the sky on Canada's free trade agreement. Because you remember the Liberals opposed free trade back then, and they ran an election against it in '88. They ran an election against it in 1993. And they said that the Liberals said that they would tear up the free trade agreement and that they would get rid of the GST. I have a question here for everybody here. Do we still have NAFTA? Well, now it's called CUSMA, USMCA, NAFTA 2. Apparently, they're quite proud of that, the NAFTA. And last time I checked, I think we still have the GST. You know what? It pains me to say this. But after the 1993 election, there actually was a Liberal minister with integrity. And I'm shocked I'm saying this about the Right Honourable Sheila Copps. Sheila Copps was Jean Chrétien's deputy prime minister. Deputy prime minister, long-time Hamilton, Ontario MP. And in the 1993 campaign, like every other Liberal, she promised to get rid of the GST. And then shortly after that election, there was a summit of the Three Amigos, as they were called, the presidents of the United States and the president of Mexico, and Jean Chrétien is the newly elected prime minister. And you would have thought Jean Chrétien invented NAFTA and invented the GST, embraced it. So in a rare move of integrity, although it wasn't a very risky move, given that Sheila Copps had represented that riding for many years in Parliament, for many years in the provincial legislature, and her father had been mayor of Hamilton, if you didn't know that. She resigned her seat. No, she didn't resign her seat to go back to some private practice. She resigned her seat to run again in the by-election.
Ah, really?
Now, this was a big risk for somebody who had represented it federally, provincially, and whose father had been the mayor. Very big risk. You know, I'm not sure the last time a Tory had run that riding, but she did it anyway and cost the taxpayer money. But she's the only Liberal that resigned her seat. And you'll be shocked to learn she won the seat. That was scary. She won the seat in the by-election. But you know what? That is a minister who, according to this Treasury Board guideline and the open and accountable guidelines for ministers of 2015 for this government, that actually lived up to her commitments. So I would speak to the issue, back on this primary issue of how does Parliament, and I know everybody watching out there is asking, so how does Parliament actually hold a minister to account? Good question. And I can tell you, I can hear the Liberals here in the room telling me that they want to know how Parliament holds a minister accountable. So, this Treasury Board document, for the sake of the translators, called Meeting the Expectations of Canadians, Review of the Responsibilities and Accountabilities of Ministers, on page 15, I will refer the translators to page 15, section 2.2 is entitled Parliament's Role in Holding the Government to Account. This is perhaps will be guidance for those ministers that are the, now I see.
Point of order, Chair. The bells are ringing, and we do not have unanimous consent, so we need to suspend. I hate to do your job, but evidently you're not doing it.
It's uncalled for, member, but the bells are ringing, and just looking to members for unanimous consent.
No.
No?
No.
Okay, so we'll return after the vote. We're suspended.
I was just starting on a roll here.
Where's yours?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order?
Again, I think that the point needs to be made that it would be very straightforward to move on with the important work that the Finance Committee does if the Finance Minister would simply articulate that she is willing to come and speak for 2 hours. So I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, if you've heard from either the clerk or possibly the Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, if she would be simply willing to commit to coming before this committee, if she was asked, of course, for that 2 hours. And I think a fairly straightforward request. So, Mr. Chair, on this point of order, I would ask that you share with the committee or consult with the clerk whether or not we have heard that the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance would come for 2 hours to defend her budget before the Finance Committee of Canada's Parliament.
So, MP Keurig, just to reiterate, I think you asked the same question just before we went to the votes, or a little before that. And so right now what we're on is a sub-amendment to the amendment of MP Blakey's, and that is that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on the bill, and that this appearance be scheduled on or before May 18th, 2023. The minister has emailed the committee and said that the minister would like to appear this upcoming Tuesday, which is May 16th, MP Keurig. So that
Just
is the information.
To clarify, does that email include a willingness for 2 hours?
That is that the minister will appear before committee, would come before the committee on May 16th. So now we are back to MP Perkins. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is my third set for today on this, and I think, Mr. Chair, you summarized the situation well in our finding Freeland exercise, and in particular, I'd like to say that one of the reasons why we'd like to ask the minister questions with regard to this budget bill, this bill that amends 51 Acts of Canada and spends $3.1 trillion, is because Canadians are suffering because of the high costs of everything, pretty much, the high cost of everything, but in particular housing. And I know that I have many members of Parliament have been grappling with this issue of high cost housing. And I'd just like to bring to the committee's attention something that I would love to bring to the minister's attention, were she to come here for 2 hours to discuss the impacts of this government's budgetary process on housing. A recent report on housing affordability by the Royal Bank of Canada is entitled "Buying a Home Has Never Been So Unaffordable."